Chapter 276. Not only did all the formations that had trapped it collapse in an instant, the pressure it released even caused the 5 peak feudal lords present to feel an instinctive fear. It was a suppression that came from the difference in the natural order of life. It was the instinctive fear of all creatures. By the time Zhuoqiuhong and the others broke free from their momentary fear, Zhuoqiuhong's hand was already about to grab Zhuoqiuhong. Yin Tianshui and the others couldn't stop it in time, and Zhuoqiuhong was also caught off guard. At the critical moment, Zhuoqiuhong finally erupted in the face of danger. He actually stabbed out with his sword and collided head-on with Zhuoqiuhong's domineering aura. Zhuoqiuhong's sword strike was extremely powerful. Dazzling light burst forth from Zhuoqiuhong's huge claw, and then accompanied by a muffled sound, Zhuoqiuhong roared at the sky and abruptly withdrew its claw. Zhuoqiuhong also suffered a huge backlash, and he fell towards the horizon like a meteor, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Never would Zhuoqiuhong have imagined that the sword strike Zhuoqiuhong unleashed in the face of danger just now would be so terrifying. At this moment, a deep wound was left on its palm, extending all the way to the depths of its wrist. The flesh along the way seemed to have been directly erased, and the surface of the wound was as smooth as a mirror. It was truly a ghastly sight. This was the terrifying power of the law of space. Zhuoqiuhong was extremely terrified of this, and after the pain, it quickly continued to eliminate him. However, Zhuoqiuhong was already several thousand meters away at this moment, and the remaining 4 attacked Zhuoqiuhong one after another. Every one of their attacks was much fiercer than the last time. This made Zhuoqiu very angry, because it had no choice but to deal with Yin Tianshui's group of 4 first. Die for this king! After Zhuoqiuhong transformed into his true form, Zhuoqiuhong's voice shook the heavens and the earth, and his attacks were even more terrifying, causing the entire sky to wail. Scarlet energy poured into Zhuoqiuhong's body, and along with its every move, it surged through the entire sky. In comparison, the attacks of the 4 peak feudal lords seemed very insignificant. Under Zhuoqiuhong's fists and feet, they were all shattered into energy particles and air current. The battle in the sky constantly fluctuated, and even the light was completely distorted. The ground below also gradually cracked and collapsed from the aftermath of the battle. But at this time, Yin Tianshui and the others no longer cared about a mere planet of life. As long as they could kill Zhuoqiuhong's life, what did sacrificing one more planet matter? After the 4 peak feudal lords and Zhuoqiuhong fought, Yin Tianshui suddenly and shouted, "Zhuoqiuhong's Zhuoqiuhong! Zhuoqiuhong's 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 time." Then thousands upon thousands of icy blue chains shot out from the bottom of the sky sea tower, which had a diameter of several thousand meters, and wrapped around Sulfuri's body. The entire tower burst forth with a substantial curtain of light that suppressed Sulfuri's body, making him feel even more pressured. Gold, silver, and the others took this opportunity to gather their strength and attack. They had practically used all of their trump cards. The terrifying attack rippled out for thousands of miles, causing the entire planet's atmosphere to tremble. Zhuoqiuhong had also suffered some injuries from the head-on clash with Sulfuri, but he had already flown back to the edge of the battlefield that was 10,000 meters in diameter. Seeing that Sulfuri's movements were once again slowed down under the suppression of the Sky Sea Pagoda, everyone was crazily attacking. Suppressing his injuries, he used his ultimate flying sword skill and displayed a graceful sword strike that contained the power of the law of space. The sword light tore through dozens of kilometers and finally shot into Sulfuri's waist from thousands of meters away like a gray line. Needless to say, when the Sky-Sea Pagoda revealed its true form this time, the suppression it exerted was truly too strong, and it possessed the might of an imperial monarch. Sulfuri was unable to struggle free for a time, and he could only roar madly and release his seemingly boundless strength to ceaselessly attack the chains that restrained him, and the light barrier that sealed him. In the end, he was forced to endure the frenzied attacks of Zhuoqiu Hong and the others. However, apart from Zhuoqiu Hong leaving a scar on Sulfuri's body, even Yin Tianshui's attacks didn't leave any obvious injuries on Sulfuri's body. It had to be said that the strength of Sulfuri's body was truly terrifying. Of course, this didn't mean that the attacks of Yin Tianshui and the others really didn't cause any damage to Sulfuri. It was just that compared to the damage caused by Zhuoqiu Hong's attacks, the difference was like one was punching someone with a moderate amount of force, while the other was using a small knife to cut a large wound on someone's body. Within a few seconds, Sulfuri suffered from the frenzied attacks of Yin Tianshui and the others. Many of them were blocked by its hands, but there were still many that landed on its huge body and continuously caused damage. The continuous injuries made Sulfuri extremely angry. Under its continuous attacks, Yin Tianshui's attacks became increasingly weaker. Soon, his face turned pale, and he raised his head to look at the Sky Sea Pagoda. That was suppressing Sulfuri with a look of horror. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud, oppressive sound from the sky, the countless ice-blue chains binding Sulfuri's body broke, and the light screen was swept away. Immediately after, the Sky Sea Pagoda trembled and rapidly shrank, flying back to Yin Tianshui from high up in the sky. Ugh! Yin Tianshui seemed to have suffered heavy injuries because of this. His entire body trembled in midair, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. His aura also weakened a lot. Sulfuri, who had broken free from the Sky Sea Pagoda's shackles, roared like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. At the same time, it broke through the attacks of Ran and the others and pounced towards Chiosi, who was closest to it. Chiosi and the others naturally noticed that Yin Tianshui's condition suddenly changed. Ran and Gold-Silver also rushed towards Yin Tianshui at the first moment, fearing that Sulfuri would attack him. However, Chiosi had just moved when he discovered that Sulfuri was pouncing towards him. A terrifying pressure directly enveloped him, startling Chiosi so much that he hastily retreated and used his blade to try and stop Sulfuri from approaching. Seeing that Ran and Gold-Silver were rushing towards him, Yin Tianshui sensed the situation on the battlefield and hurriedly shouted, "I can't hold on anymore, but you guys quickly go and help Chiosi." Of course, Ran and Gold-Silver also noticed that Sulfuri's target wasn't Yin Tianshui, but Chiosi, who was closest to it. Almost as soon as Yin Tianshui spoke, they immediately changed direction and charged towards Sulfuri, intending to help Chiosi. Zhuoqiu Hong also flew over from afar and continued to use his flying sword technique that contained the power of the law of space, wanting to force Sulfuri to change its target to him. But this time, for some reason, Sulfuri seemed to only have Chiosi in its eyes. It actually ignored the attacks of Zhuoqiu Hong and the others from behind and directly grabbed at Chiosi with its terrifying hands. Boom, boom! The attacks of Zhuoqiu Hong and the others landed on Sulfuri's body, but it actually completely ignored them. At the same time, its claws collided with Chiosi, directly knocking Chiosi's blade away. That kind of unparalleled offensive power was something that could only be understood after experiencing it personally. Zhuoqiu Hong instantly felt a deep sense of terror at this, and he believed that Chiosi was doomed. However, Chiosi was a peak feudal lord after all, and he naturally still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Under his full strength eruption, he was able to resist several of Sulfuri's attacks. But when Zhuoqiu Hong and the others saw Chiosi being sent flying everywhere like a toy, they knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So, they immediately continued to attack Sulfuri madly in an attempt to attack where the enemy had to save himself. But what was chilling was that Sulfuri actually still ignored the attacks of Zhuoqiu Hong and the others and continued to attack Chiosi madly. Oh no, Chiosi can't hold on any longer. In the distance, Yin Tianshui couldn't help but tremble when he saw Chiosi spit out blood during one of his collisions with Sulfuri, and his figure being beaten until it was distorted. Yin Tianshui had never imagined that they, who stood at the peak of the unfettered sea star field, would one day be beaten so miserably and without help. No, no, no! Facing Sulfuri's merciless attacks that could be fatal at any time, Chiosi also knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. The key was that no matter how hard Zhuoqiuhong and the others tried, they still couldn't help him. He was now like a person on the verge of death and in despair. Everything he did was in vain. Finally, Chiosi's body exploded under another of Sulfuri's attacks. Only a small part of his body with a head remained and continued to attempt to escape. Go quickly! At this moment, Chiosi roared telepathically. His voice reverberated throughout the entire sky, and this also became his final words. The next second, Sulfuri's hand slapped Chiosi's body and directly brushed it into powder. The pirate king Chiosi had fallen just like that. Go, follow me! Chiosi's final words roused the other four. Yin Tianshui immediately took the lead and shouted, and was the first to flee into outer space. When Zhuoqiuhong and the others saw this, although they grieved for Chiosi's death, they didn't dare to stay and deal with Sulfuri. They immediately endured the pain and left with Yin Tianshui. With Sulfuri's speed, if it wanted to pursue Zhuoqiuhong and the others, it could actually succeed in killing at least one of them. However, it didn't do so. There was no other reason. Sulfuri had chosen to go all out just now to kill Chiosi, but it had also suffered over a dozen attacks from Zhuoqiuhong and the others. In addition to the injuries and exhaustion it had suffered from before, its current situation was very bad. Thus, it didn't dare to take the risk of pursuing them. It was afraid that Yin Tianshui and the others would turn around and fight it out, causing its main body to fall. That would be a loss that outweighed the gains. After forcing Yin Tianshui and the others to retreat, Sulfuri couldn't help but laugh complacently. Ha 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 ha! One of the five is dead, and this king only needs to devour for a while more to recover to peak condition. This king will sooner or later kill all of you. After Yin Tianshui led Zhuoqiuhong and the others away from the battlefield and entered the flying ship, Chiosi is dead just like that. How are we going to deal with Sulfuri in the future? 5 people aren't enough, and now there's only 4 of us left. Within the flying ship, Gold Silver's face was filled with grief and even despair. Hearing that, Zhuoqiuhong and Ran were silent with cold faces. Yin Tianshui's face was also solemn. Seeing that, he still said, "Looks like we can't deal with Sulfuri. For now, there's no other way. Let's choose to retreat to our Sky Sea Universe Nation's leader palace and wait for the Emperor ancestors to come and rescue us." Chapter 277. Hearing this, although Zhuoqiuhong and the others were unwilling, they knew that this was indeed the only way. After a brief silence, Zhuoqiuhong took the lead and said, "If we retreat to your place, I still need to bring some people. Apart from the few of us, we can't let the younger generation of geniuses be lost. Of course, the king's palace can accommodate at least a few 100,000 people. Just bring whoever you want." Yin Tianshui responded. Although it was unlikely that suzerain and Star Lord rank cultivators would be able to find them if they fled to some barren planet, since there was an absolutely safe place, Zhuoqiuhong and the others naturally had to gather their friends, disciples, and so on. However, as soon as Yin Tianshui finished speaking, Gold Silver said, "Let them come over themselves. Otherwise, it'll be too time-consuming for us to pick them up." In response, Zhuoqiuhong and the others couldn't help but nod. Then, they began to contact the relevant personnel, telling them to go to the capital of the Skysea Cosmic Nation as soon as possible. Suzerain didn't know about this. After repelling Zhuoqiuhong and the others, it had consumed a great deal of its own energy. After devouring most of the remaining creatures on planet Gufeng, it rushed to the nearest planet, intending to recover its peak strength through devouring for a while. Star Sword Continent. Zhou Jie was rather shocked when he received Zhuoqiuhong's message, because Zhuoqiuhong told him the reason for retreating to the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation. The 5 of them joined forces to fight suzerain, but in the end they were defeated and returned. Even the pirate King Qiusi died because of this. Suzerain was unstoppable, so they could only choose to retreat. Master and the other 4 weren't a match for suzerain even when they joined forces. This monster has become so strong? Zhou Jie recalled the first time he met suzerain. It was just a Star Lord rank lifeform that even he couldn't defeat. Who would have thought that now, sigh? In the end, Zhou Jie sighed helplessly. This was the first time he had sighed in hundreds of years. It didn't take long for Luo Feng to find Zhou Jie and ask him to retreat with him. Naturally, Zhuoqiuhong didn't just ask Luo Feng and Luo Feng to retreat. He also asked them to inform the Star Lord geniuses, including the friends and family of some important people, of the retreat of the Star Sword continent. As for this retreat, Zhou Jie and Luo Feng did it in an orderly manner. After all, they knew that Sulfuri was just an individual, and it was impossible for it to coincidentally arrive at the Star Sword Alliance continent in such a short period of time. So, the 2 of them had been planning for almost a month before following the large group to the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation. In a mere month's time, Sulfuri's injuries from the previous battle were far from healed. Naturally, he didn't have the time to attack and devour an important region like the Starsword continent. It wasn't until half a year later that the retreat was almost complete, and Sulfuri had almost recovered to its peak. However, because it still hadn't reached a saturated state, Sulfuri chose to continue devouring along the way. Its destination was the Star Sword continent. Although Zhuoqiuhong and the others had ordered people to spread the news of Sulfuri's threat to the common people, and many planets connected to the universe network already knew about it. As the headquarters of the Star Sword Alliance, the Star Sword continent naturally knew about it a long time ago. But even so, of the hundreds of millions of people on the Star Sword continent who chose to flee, less than 100 million of them. Actually, this wasn't surprising. Take for example a normal person on a planet. They were originally living a good life, but one day they suddenly heard that a space monster was going around destroying the planet. Everyone would think this way. A star field had tens of thousands of life planets, and the probability of a space monster descending and destroying their own planet was like winning a few million star coins in the lottery. Plus, moving a planet and drifting in the universe wasn't obvious to most normal people. Therefore, even if they knew that staying on a life planet was a death threat, most people didn't care about Sulfuri's existence at all. Sky Sea Universe Nation's King's Palace. Aside from the main hall in front of the King's Palace, the back and 2 sides were actually residences. Compared to the overall area, there were very few rooms, but usually, more than half of the rooms were still empty. Of course, Zhuoqiuhong and the others had over 1,000 people, and most of them were high-level Star Lords. They were all the mainstays of various organizations or the younger generation of geniuses. The rooms in the King's Palace were quickly packed, to the point that many powerful people of the same organization had to stay in the same room. Originally, with Zhuoqiuhong's status, even in such a situation, he could still stay in his own room. However, he didn't want to be special, and chose to stay with Zhou Jie and Luo Feng. During this period there was one thing that could be mentioned, and that was that Zhou Jie saw Veronica, whom he hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Veronica was already Zhuoqiuhong's core disciple, and even had the chance to become his personal disciple. However, he was either cultivating in seclusion or training outside all year round, and Zhou Jie was basically the same. Therefore, the 2 hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. When he saw Veronica, Zhou Jie didn't know what to feel. On the other hand, Veronica was practically expressionless when he saw Zhou Jie. The 2 of them didn't say a word, but Zhou Jie could tell from Veronica's tightly pursed lips that Veronica had suffered a blow or perhaps felt displeased in his heart. After all, Veronica had once wanted to surpass Zhou Jie. However, in the end, Zhou Jie was already a 4th-level domain lord expert, and he was even a 9-star lord. Even if this cultivation speed wasn't inferior to Luo Feng's at all, it wasn't strange that Veronica felt this way when compared to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie had stayed in the ruler's palace for quite a few days now, and he'd learned about the current situation from Zhuo Qiuhong a long time ago. Besides staying in the ruler's palace and allowing Sulfuri to do as it pleased, they could only put an end to this calamity when the imperial monarchs of the Wanhai Star region returned. At least, that was how it seemed for now. During these days of helplessness, Zhou Jie felt uncomfortable in his heart every time he thought about how countless living beings were being devoured by Sulfuri. Perhaps this was related to the fact that he was the first person to encounter Sulfuri. This caused Zhou Jie to constantly feel that Sulfuri's calamity in the entire Wanhai Star region was related to him. This also caused Zhou Jie to have a strong desire to annihilate Sulfuri. But these thoughts were just thoughts. Zhou Jie knew that this was impossible. Even though his strength far exceeded what it seemed on the surface, he was only a 4th-level domain lord after all. There was quite a large gap between him and Zhuo Qiuhong, or even Jin Yining. Not to mention going up against Sulfuri, he was absolutely not even enough to fill the gaps between Sulfuri's teeth. It couldn't be helped. After experiencing a few days of worry, Zhou Jie still informed Luo Feng before sneaking into a corner of the ruler's palace and entering the realm of the 6 paths. On the other side, Sulfuri descended to Starsward Continent after almost half a year, and it very cleverly rushed directly towards the Starsward Palace. But when Sulfuri arrived at the Starsward Palace, it noticed that it was practically empty, so it could only let out a cold snort. After completely destroying the Starsward Palace, it started to wantonly devour everything on Starsward Continent. Starsward Continent was so vast, and there were so many living things that Sulfuri had to devour for half a year before it stopped devouring with waning interest. It was only then that Sulfuri realized that devouring too much in one go was a bit too much for it to handle. It still needed to digest, and that would be more helpful in increasing its strength. After it stopped devouring, Sulfuri planned to find Zhuo Qiuhong and the others and exact its revenge. For this, Sulfuri used its brain and began to personally search for information on the internet. Finally, not long after, it found out that Zhuo Qiuhong and the others were heading towards Skysea Cosmic Nation's ruler's palace to meet up. So that means that all the fat ones are there? But Skysea Cosmic Nation has actually been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. Hiss, looks like it won't be easy. But as long as there aren't any emperor-level powerhouses, what does this king have to fear? After Sulfuri heard this news, it pondered for a while, and finally decided to immediately set off for Skysea Cosmic Nation. Speaking of which, when Sulfuri arrived at Skysea Cosmic Nation, it was already 3 years later. This was mainly because with its identity, it couldn't use a spaceship to make an interstellar teleportation array. The spaceship it used was also ordinary, so its speed was too slow. Zhou Jie was training in the realm of 6 paths. Every half a year or so, he would come out to get news about Sulfuri. When they first found out that Starsward Continent had been devoured by Sulfuri, Zhuo Qiuhong, Luo Feng, and Zhou Jie all felt very uncomfortable. Even though they had long expected this day to come, it was just that this day had come too early, making it even harder for them to accept. When Sulfuri arrived at Skysea Cosmic Nation's capital, Zhou Jie was still training in the realm of 6 paths. Tianshui immediately found out about Sulfuri's arrival through the array, and quickly notified everyone in the ruler's palace. As for Sulfuri, the majority of the people in the ruler's palace hadn't seen it with their own eyes, or even through images. Therefore, when they learned of Sulfuri's arrival, almost everyone gathered in the ruler's palace. Tianshui had already used a glowing crystal ball to project Sulfuri's figure flying in the Skysea Cosmic Nation's capital. Sulfuri maintained its 10,000-meter-tall body, strolling in the sky above the Skycy Cosmic Nation's capital city, stepping on the sky with rumbling sounds. Many high-level Star Lords saw Sulfuri's appearance in the projection, and their faces were filled with fear. They finally understood why Yin Tianxue and the others couldn't deal with Sulfuri even when they worked together. With Sulfuri's current strength, he could see through many of the hidden arrays in the Skycy Cosmic Nation's capital, but he knew that those arrays were useless to him, so he didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he headed straight for the ruler's palace in the center of the Skycy Cosmic Nation's capital city. I'd like to see if this place you're hiding in is really a turtle shell. Sulfuri finally saw the ruler's palace in the distance, and couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile as he thought to himself. Chapter 278. Sulfuri swaggered to the plaza outside the Sky-Sea Universe Country's King Palace, looking at the King Palace covered in a circle of azure light, waving his hand to attack. Rumble! Sulfuri's hand smashed onto the azure light barrier, causing ripples to form on the barrier, spreading to every inch of the barrier's surface, but there was no sign of damage. This shocked Sulfuri. He looked up at the top of the King Palace. There was a ball of ice blue light. The barrier seemed to be dominated by it. Sulfuri stared at the ball of ice blue light for a few seconds, suddenly identifying what was within the ball of light. So it's that tower. It should be an Emperor-level weapon, plus this protection array is not ordinary, maybe it won't break. Sulfuri thought to himself, but still decided to try attacking. As a result, the surface of Sulfuri's body became red and blazing hot like lava. Waves of terrifying fluctuations overflowed from its body. Sulfuri punched out again and smashed into the light barrier. The light barrier immediately seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and the light on its surface wavered unsteadily. This scene made the majority of the people watching the video in the King Palace feel fear, afraid that the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it and Sulfuri would break in. However, Yin Tianxue was quite familiar with the protection array. His expression didn't change at all, continuing to watch Sulfuri madly attack the barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Sulfuri madly attacked over 100 times, finally stopping. Under his attacks, although the barrier seemed to be on the verge of collapse, it still wouldn't break. This made him feel quite uncomfortable, and he had to give up on the idea of breaking through the barrier. No wonder you're a power that's been passed down for over 1,000,000 years, although you don't have any Emperor-level fighters now. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Then I'll let you be proud for a while. Sulfuri thought to himself after giving up on attacking. However, Sulfuri didn't really give up on the idea of eating Zhuqiuhong and the others, it just decided to plan at length. This tortoise shell is quite thick, but let's see how long you can hide. Sulfuri finally threw out these harsh words, turned around and walked to the side of the King Palace. He decided to start devouring the life in the Sky-Sea Universe Country's capital. However, Yin Tianxue saw this and let out a sigh of relief. Although he was very confident in the King Palace's protection array, before Sulfuri attacked, he didn't dare guarantee that the array would exist for so long and still have the power to resist Sulfuri. Now that Sulfuri really couldn't break through, he was truly relieved. As for Sulfuri, probably deliberately devouring life in front of them, although Yin Tianxue was furious, he could only grit his teeth and swallow. After all, there was nothing more important than their lives. After all, there's nothing more important than their survival. After all, there's nothing more important than their survival. No matter how much it's devouring, devouring for 100 years, Yin Tianxue tolerated Sulfuri's wanton devouring in the Sky-Sea Universe Country's capital, but one of the feudal lords couldn't help but suggest to Yin Tianxue, King Yin, are we just going to let this monster devour right in front of us? I think that since your country has a defense array, you must also have an attack array, a joint attack array. Don't tell me that we can't deal with this monster with so many of us? When the feudal lord said this, a few people also began to question, wanting to know why Yin Tianshui was indifferent to this. Seeing this, Yin Tianshui's expression darkened slightly, then he explained, "Yes, the king palace still has an attack array, but you don't know how terrifying sulfuri is. Even if there's an attack array, due to the array's limited attack range, we don't have any confidence that we can kill sulfuri with the array, and activating the attack array consumes too much energy, which will affect the defense array, so I don't dare to take this risk. I hope everyone can understand." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and then the feudal lord who suggested the attack also apologized to Yin Tianshui, embarrassed. In the end, Yin Tianshui had no choice but to say to everyone, "I'm just like everyone else, or maybe I'm even more eager to kill sulfuri than you are, but right now we don't have the confidence, so we can't take the risk. But I'll try my best to think of a way, if possible, we can kill this monster as soon as possible, and let more people in the Wanton Sea starfield survive." Towards Yin Tianshui's comforting and encouraging words, although everyone knew it was a routine, they still couldn't help but nod in agreement. On the other side, sulfuri deliberately, leisurely, devoured the Sky Sea Universe country's capital, and anyone who tried to escape was devoured by it, even if they were tens of thousands of miles away. Just like this, sulfuri spent more than 2 months to turn the entire capital city into a mess, and even more deathly still. However, seeing that Yin Tianshui and the others didn't come out to stop it, sulfuri chose to leave in boredom. Now that it had a new idea, it decided to implement it first, and then come back to solve the problem of Yin Tianshui and the others. Sulfuri's new idea was to implement its own rule in the Wanton Sea starfield, and for this, it needed to get rid of its solitary state and create its own force. However, sulfuri also considered that there would be emperors from the Wanton Sea starfield returning to the Wanton Sea starfield and causing trouble for it. This was almost certain to happen, but it would take at least 100 years, so it had at least 100 years to do as it pleased. Sulfuri didn't plan to waste this time. It needed to plan carefully and strive to break through to the emperor realm during this period of time. At that time, it would truly be fearless. Thus, sulfuri began to consciously search for planets with powerful beings, but because Zhuo Hong and the others had moved to the Sky Sea Universe country's country leader palace, most of the important personnel had already been arranged there, so in the vast Wanton Sea starfield, there were less than a fifth of the total number of high-level star lords outside, and the number of Horde leader-level powerhouses could be counted on one hand. It was extremely difficult for sulfuri to find such existences as subordinates. In the end, sulfuri went to dozens of life planets before subduing a few star lords, whose strength was at least 5 star lords, and some 6 star lords, but none of them were 7 star lords or above. However, sulfuri's method of subduing these star lords was to let them consume a piece of its own flesh, and then force the flesh to fuse with it. In the end, sulfuri could rely on the flesh of these star lords to kill them light years away, and even influence and control their bodies at close range. Under this absolute subduing, sulfuri also trusted the subordinates it subdued, so much so that it didn't devour the planets they were on, and instead had them help it find powerful beings above the high-level Star Lord level. Later on, sulfuri subdued over 30 Star Lords, and it began to have these subordinates help it collect the heart blood of young boys and girls. The so-called heart blood of young boys and girls referred to the heart blood essence of young children. Even if sulfuri devoured 1,000 normal people, it wouldn't help it as much as the heart blood of young boys and girls to increase its strength. Before, sulfuri naturally didn't have the mind to properly absorb the heart blood of young boys and girls, as all the life forms it devoured were refined together, and then absorbed with great waste. But now, in order to break through, sulfuri thought of collecting the heart blood of young boys and girls to refine and absorb. This way, not only did it save a lot of time, it could also increase the efficiency of its devouring. It was truly a perfect plan. It had been over 30 years since Suo Hong and the others retreated to the Sky Sea Cosmic Nations King Palace. During this time, Sulfuri had only devoured 4 life planets, and the rest of the time was spent on refining the heart blood of young boys and girls submitted by its subordinates. The effect of absorbing the heart blood of young boys and girls was better than Sulfuri imagined. After over 20 years of devouring, it could clearly feel that its strength had broken through its previous limit, and there was a faint feeling that it was about to break through to the Emperor realm. But Sulfuri was also very clear that although its race didn't need to cultivate profound laws to break through to the Emperor realm, the difficulty of breaking through was still not small. Think about it, the Wanton Sea starfield was so big, and there were trillions of life forms that cultivated there, but the number of people that could become emperors within 100 years was almost zero. It was only slightly easier for the Sulfuri race to break through to the Emperor realm compared to human cultivators, so naturally it was also extremely difficult to break through. But at the end of these 30 years, Sulfuri happened to discover the headquarters of a remnant of the Dark Coalition, and after a series of discoveries, Sulfuri had another idea to break through the Sky Sea Cosmic Nations King Palace. On this day, the Sky Sea Cosmic Nations King Palace was as dull as usual. Everyone was cultivating on their own, and there were very few people chatting or walking around. Zhou Jie had entered the 6 realms to cultivate again not long ago, and there was still half a year before he came out again. A small warship suddenly appeared above the square of the King Palace, and there was the Dark Coalition's exclusive logo on the ship. In the King Palace, there were people constantly monitoring the surrounding environment outside. A Star Lord on duty at that time was shocked to see the warship suddenly appear, and hurriedly rang a bell at the side. It was specially set up for alarm notifications. Soon, many people gathered in the main palace from all over the palace. The Dark Coalition's spaceship? Yin Tianshui naturally recognized the logo of the ship in the square outside, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised, frowning in confusion. But just as Yin Tianshui and the others were surprised, the Dark Coalition's spaceship outside had completely stopped just a few meters away from the protective shield. At the same time, the hatch opened and 2 people flew out from it. Yin Tianshui and the other Star Lords recognized one of the 2 people immediately. Dr. Venom. Dr. Venom, why is he here? Yin Tianshui couldn't help but wonder when he saw this. The others were also puzzled and surprised. Chapter 279. Soon, Yin Tianshui arrived outside the Lord's palace alone and met Dr. Venom and Dr. Venom through the protective shield. Your Majesty! Dr. Venom quickly saluted when he saw Yin Tianshui approaching and stopping. This made Yin Tianshui even more surprised. He could not help but frown and ask, Venom, what are you doing here? Of course, Yin Tianshui would not ask Dr. Venom how he knew they had retreated here. After all, this news had spread to many people through the cosmic network, and it was not encrypted or anything like that. It was normal for the Dark Coalition to know about it. Hearing the question, Dr. Venom immediately said, Your Majesty, the remnants of the Dark Coalition I was in were discovered and devoured by that space monster not long ago. I was lucky enough to go out and escape, but that monster ate the most precious thing I left there. Phew! This made me very angry, so I decided to join forces with Your Majesty and kill that monster. Yin Tianshui was very surprised by Dr. Venom's far-fetched words, but when he heard Dr. Venom say that there seemed to be a way to kill Sulfuri, all the strange feelings were thrown to the back of his mind. Yin Tianshui could not help but ask, What did you say? You have a way to kill Sulfuri? In this regard, Dr. Venom said, I'm not absolutely sure, but as Your Majesty knows, I'm best at making poisons. I can even make poisons that can weaken the strength of a peak Lord rank powerhouse for a short time. So, my idea is to create a poison that can threaten that space monster Sulfuri. When the time comes, Your Majesty and Your Majesty will make a move. There's an 80 to 90% chance of killing Sulfuri. Yin Tianshui could not help but frown when he heard this. He felt that this matter was a little strange, but there was nothing wrong with what Dr. Venom said. For a moment, he did not know what to say. After thinking for about a second, Yin Tianshui finally decided to try Dr. Venom's method. After all, the threat of sulphuri was too great. Letting it live for one more day would be a huge loss. They must eliminate sulphuri as soon as possible. Therefore, even if Yin Tianshui felt that Dr. Venom's request to join forces to kill sulphuri was sudden, he could not care too much about it. So, Yin Tianshui said, "Okay," then took a gentle step forward, passed through the protective shield, and came to a position about 2 to 3 meters in front of Dr. Venom. When Yin Tianshui walked out of the protective shield, his entire body tensed up, fearing that something would happen. But Dr. Venom and the people around him lowered their heads when Yin Tianshui approached, obviously not daring to touch the edge. Yin Tianshui quickly sensed Dr. Poison and the person beside him. He found that Dr. Poison was still a second domain lord, and the person beside him was about the same. There was nothing special about them, so Yin Tianshui was secretly relieved. He said to the two of them, "Both of you, come in with me." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the poison doctor said, and the person beside him had an unnatural expression. He reluctantly followed up with a sentence. Yin Tianshui didn't notice the expression and attitude of the person beside Dr. Poison. He turned around and opened a gap in the protective shield, then led Dr. Venom and the other person inside. Zhua Qiuhong, Jin Yinling, and Ron had just followed behind Yin Tianshui and also heard the conversation between Dr. Venom and Yin Tianshui. They were a little excited, because Dr. Venom was indeed a terrifying poison maker. Maybe they could really find a way to kill sulphuri if they cooperated with him. Soon, Yin Tianshui and the other 3 peak lords entered the king's palace with Dr. Venom and the other person. They were greeted by thousands of star lords and lord-level cultivators gathered here. It could be said that the experts in the king's palace now accounted for 80 to 90% of the high-level experts in the entire unfettered sea-star zone. Seeing this group of experts, Dr. Venom didn't show any expression on his face, but the gray-robed man beside him suddenly grinned. At the same time, Zhou Jie was adjusting his state in the 6 realms, planning to challenge the 14th floor of the supernatural tower again. The 14th floor. Although it's still not very likely to pass, there's no harm in trying again. I have to break through to the 5th layer overlord domain as soon as possible. During this period of time, Zhou Jie had been cultivating more desperately than ever before. Because of sulphuri, he really wanted to cultivate to the 6th layer overlord domain. That way, he could join forces with Zhua Qiuhong and the others to kill sulphuri. After all, if Zhou Jie could reach the 6th layer overlord domain, he would definitely be much stronger than Yin Tianshui. However, with Zhou Jie's 4th layer overlord domain as the starting point, the most important thing to reach the 6th layer overlord domain was to pass the 15th floor of the supernatural tower. That way, he could directly reduce the cultivation accumulation period and greatly shorten the time needed to break through. However, passing the 15th floor of the supernatural tower was just too difficult. Zhou Jie had previously estimated that it would take him a few hundred years to become a 6th layer overlord domain. Now, even if he cultivated desperately and greatly shortened the estimated time, it was almost impossible for him to become a 6th layer overlord domain within 100 years. In addition, Zhou Jie had already told Zhou Tianwu about sulphuri's situation this time, intending to ask for Zhou Tianwu's help. However, Zhou Tianwu told Zhou Jie that as undead bodies, they could only exist in the 6 realms and couldn't do anything to the outside world. Zhou Tianwu even comforted Zhou Jie that situations like sulphuri's were common in the universe and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Zhou Jie naturally found it hard to accept Zhou Tianwu's words. He thought that only an expert like Zhou Tianwu, who had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years, would treat human lives like grass. Helpless, Zhou Jie could only choose to cultivate desperately. Although he knew that he probably wouldn't have the chance to deal with Sulfuri, he didn't want to give up even if there was a glimmer of hope that he could deal with Sulfuri sooner. Besides, it was boring to retreat now. Therefore, Zhou Jie cultivated the 6 realms madly for the past few years and passed the 14th floor of the supernatural tower 3 times. Although he failed all 3 times, he clearly felt that his strength was constantly and significantly increasing. He believed that if he passed the 14th floor of the supernatural tower, he would be able to challenge a 6th-layer overlord. Even if he only broke through to the 5th-layer overlord domain, there was still a possibility that he could replace Qiu Si and join forces with Yin Tianshui to deal with Sulfuri. Returning to the ruler's palace, the gray-clothed man next to Dr. Venom suddenly grinned. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hands and attacked Yin Tianshui, who was less than 2 meters in front of him, from the back. In an instant, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. It was caused by the gray-clothed man's hands landing on Yin Tianshui's back and instantly breaking through his protective energy shield. Pfft! Although Yin Tianshui reacted quickly, he still couldn't resist the gray-clothed man's attack. The gray-clothed man's hands easily tore through his protective armor and pierced into his back. Sulfuri? The moment he was injured, Yin Tianshui cried out in shock because he sensed Sulfuri's familiar energy aura after the gray-clothed man attacked. This really made him furious. Unexpectedly, Sulfuri actually tricked him into coming here. Yin Tianshui's cry after being attacked immediately caused a great commotion. Zhuoqiu Hong and the other 3 peak suzerains hurriedly shouted for everyone to retreat, and then they attacked the gray-clothed man one after another. At this moment, the gray-clothed man had already transformed into a miniature version of Sulfuri, and then he instantly grew to a height of several dozen meters. He grabbed Dr. Venom and swallowed him into his stomach, and then he easily blocked the attacks of Zhuoqiu Hong and the other 2. Ha 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 ha! Didn't you still let this king in? You're all here. That's great, it saves this king a lot of effort. Sulfuri laughed complacently. Boundless mighty force burst forth with every movement of his, and Zhuoqiu Hong and the other 3 were directly swept away. Zhuoqiu Hong and the other 2 were still fine, and they flew back due to the force of the impact, but Yin Tianshui was almost seriously injured by the attack. At this moment, he was swept away and seemed to be somewhat involuntarily, and he almost crashed into a corner of the hall. Damn it, he even managed to sneak in. Gold Silver couldn't help cursing when he saw the situation, and he was similarly shocked and furious. Luo En and Zhuoqiu Hong's expressions were extremely unsightly, but they had no choice but to join forces and attack again to buy time for everyone in the king's hall to escape. But Sulfuri completely ignored Zhuoqiu Hong and the other 2, and once again charged towards Yin Tianshui. He had a sinister smile on his face, and his killing intent poured out without hiding, his aura dominating the entire place. Yin Tianshui saw that Sulfuri didn't care about the others and charged towards him. Thinking of Qiu Si's death, his heart tightened. But he was after all different from Qiu Si. Even if he was already injured, his strength still wasn't something Qiu Si could compare to. After all, he was the king of the Sky Sea Universe Nation, the strongest person in the Sky Sea starfield. Kill! At this moment, Yin Tianshui suddenly exploded. He knew that Sulfuri wanted to kill him. Since he had no way out, he might as well fight and create a chance for the others to escape. Rumble! The Sky Sea Tower that hung high above the king's hall directly smashed through the roof and pressed down. Yin Tianshui himself also exploded with absolute power, and forcefully clashed with Sulfuri. Unfortunately, Sulfuri was indeed too strong. Yin Tianshui used practically all his strength, yet he was still blasted flying and smashed into the hall. Sulfuri staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself with a shake of his body. However, Zhuoqiuhong and the other two's attacks also landed on Sulfuri. Sulfuri hurriedly twisted his body to connect with them, and still received the attacks of the three without much effort. "Don't worry, it's your turn," Sulfuri said after blocking the attacks of Zhuoqiuhong and the other two. At the same time, he took a step forward and waved his hands. A terrifying crushing pressure caused the king's hall that was already shaking to start showing signs of collapsing. But at this time, Yin Tianshui had strength that came from who knows where. He actually activated the Sky Sea Pagoda, causing a terrifying icy storm to erupt. It instantly swallowed up Sulfuri, turning him into an ice sculpture. The power and effect of this move was truly terrifying. But just as Zhuoqiuhong and the other two were shocked by this, they heard Yin Tianshui shout, "Quickly take me away!" Chapter 280. Zhuoqiuhong's group of three hurriedly rushed over to Yin Tianshui's side. Zhuoqiuhong lifted the heavily injured Yin Tianshui, and the four of them were about to retreat. But they never imagined that Sulfuri had already broken through the ice seal at this moment, and it immediately pounced towards Zhuoqiuhong's group of four with a savage expression. Zhuoqiuhong's group hurriedly broke through the walls and fled, but their speed couldn't compare to Sulfuri's, and it quickly caught up to them. Zhuoqiuhong's group of four felt that if this continued, not only would they be unable to shake off Sulfuri, it would be Sulfuri's home field once they reached outer space. At that time, they would have no chance at all. "What should we do? What should we do?" Zhuoqiuhong's group of four were very anxious. They naturally wanted to live, but if they continued to flee like this, then they would undoubtedly be annihilated. Sulfuri's strength had indeed reached the point where no imperial monarch could contend against it. Moreover, at this moment, Zhuoqiuhong's group of four had an extremely short amount of time to think, and they had to make a decision in just 1 or 2 seconds. Thus, Zhuoqiuhong and Yin Tianshui transmitted their voices to everyone at practically the same time: "Split up and flee." This was what Zhuoqiuhong said. "All of you go, I'll hold Sulfuri back." This was what the heavily injured Yin Tianshui said. Yin Tianshui knew that Zhuoqiuhong's group of three would only be a burden if they brought him along. Rather than that, he might as well risk his life and perhaps be able to exchange for their escape. Thus, as soon as Zhuoqiuhong's voice transmission ended, Yin Tianshui shook Zhuoqiuhong off, turned around, and erupted with his full strength, intending to fight Sulfuri head-on. However, Zhuoqiuhong was an emotional person, and he didn't make the relevant decision in that instant. When he saw Yin Tianshui still wanted to deal with Sulfuri in a heavily injured state, he couldn't bear it and subconsciously turned around, drew his sword, and intended to fight Sulfuri alongside Yin Tianshui. Although Ron and Gold Silver couldn't bear to abandon Zhuoqiuhong and Yin Tianshui, when they thought about how they would only be 2 more sacrifices if they stayed behind, they hesitated for a moment before continuing to flee separately. When Sulfuri saw that Yin Tianshui and Yin Tianshui had chosen to stay behind to hold it back, it couldn't help but turn its anger into joy, and it let out a low grunt. Actually, Sully hadn't expected to be able to kill all 4 of them. After all, they were still 4 Peak Lords, and the time it took to kill one of them was enough for the others to run for their lives. However, amongst Zhuoqiuhong's group of 4, Yin Tianshui and Zhuoqiuhong were the 2 people Sulfuri wanted to capture the most. As for Ron and Jean Yinling, it didn't take them seriously at all. The reason Sulfuri wanted to capture Zhuoqiuhong and Yin Tianshui the most was very simple. Zhuoqiuhong was able to utilize the energy of the spatial laws, and he had the potential to pose a threat to Sulfuri. On the other hand, Yin Tianshui's overall strength was actually the strongest, and it was just that his attacks were slightly inferior to Zhuoqiuhong. Moreover, Yin Tianshui was equivalent to a leader. Of course, the most important point was that Yin Tianshui possessed an Imperial Lord artifact that was suitable for Sulfuri, the Beast Trap Record. So long as he retrieved the Beast Trapping Record, Sulfuri would be even more confident in breaking through to become an imperial monarch. Moreover, the time it would take him to do so would be greatly shortened. Therefore, when Yin Tianshui and Zhuoqiu Hong stayed behind to restrain him, Safuli couldn't be any happier. He was simply overjoyed. Haha! This king just happens to want to capture the two of you. Sulfuri laughed nastily. He blocked Yin Tianshui's attack with one hand, whereas, he grabbed Zhuoqiu Hong with the other, and he completely disregarded Zhuoqiu Hong's flying sword attack. Rumble! The sky shook. In less than 2 seconds, Sulfuri had sent Yin Tianshui and Zhuoqiu Hong flying while vomiting blood. Soon after, it opened its huge mouth and erupted with an astonishing devouring force. The devouring force transformed into a vortex that directly swallowed Zhuoqiu Hong and Yin Tianshui in front of it. Zhuoqiu Hong was still fine, and he resisted with all his might and was finally able to stop himself from approaching Sulfuri. However, Yin Tianshui was heavily injured and was already powerless to resist, and he was about to be swallowed by Sulfuri. However, at the last moment, Sulfuri didn't choose to swallow Yin Tianshui. Instead, it hastily grabbed Yin Tianshui with one hand and grabbed Zhuoqiu Hong with the other, who was similarly unable to resist. Yin Tianshui was naturally grabbed by Sulfuri without any suspense, and he didn't resist any longer. On the other hand, Zhuoqiu Hong naturally didn't dare allow himself to be grabbed, and he actually instantly surged with golden flames as he transformed into a ray of light that pierced towards Sulfuri's palm. Poochie! The palm of Sulfuri's hand that was grabbing towards Zhuoqiu Hong suddenly exploded, and even the back of his hand became somewhat transparent. However, Sulfuri's body was ultimately too tough, and Zhuoqiu Hong ultimately wasn't able to escape through the palm, and was also grabbed by Sulfuri. Naturally, Zhuoqiu Hong still didn't give up resisting after being grabbed by Sulfuri. Instead, he crazily sent out sword chi, riddling Sulfuri's hand that was grabbing him with thousands of holes, to the point that it was about to rot. Sulfuri's face flashed with a hint of pain, but it was quickly replaced by anger. It began to madly send out flesh and blood energy towards the hand that was grabbing Zhuoqiu Hong, intending to exhaust Zhuoqiu Hong to the point of half-death. In less than a minute, Zhuoqiu Hong couldn't resist Sulfuri's seemingly endless flesh and blood energy, and was unable to resist the impact of the palm, causing him to be heavily injured and lose consciousness. On the other side, the remaining lords and star lords in the ruler's palace were fleeing in groups of 2s and 3s. The furthest had already flown their spaceships 1,000,000 kilometers away, and the closest had already fled the Skysea Cosmic Nation's territory. No one cared about the safety of Zhuoqiu Hong and the others at all. But who would have thought that Dr. Venom had a special radioactive substance on him back then, and when he entered the king's palace, it had contaminated everyone present at that time. Although this radioactive substance was very minute, Dr. Venom could still find a way to trace it. In addition, when Dr. Venom was swallowed into Sulfuri's stomach, it wasn't because Sulfuri wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was because Sulfuri wanted to protect Dr. Venom from being killed by the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, Dr. Venom was still alive and well in Sulfuri's stomach space. Therefore, in the following period of time, Sulfuri first killed Yin Tianshui, took back the beast trap record from him, and refined it again. Then, he had Dr. Venom lead the way, and began to hunt down the group of high-level Star Lords and above who had escaped from the ruler's palace that day. On a desolate planet, Saga, the East River King, was standing there, looking at a large area of interstellar dust not far away, as if in a daze. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, which instantly woke Saga up, and he immediately concealed his presence to the extreme. His first reaction was to think that Sulfuri had passed by and was investigating something, but he didn't expect that the other party had locked onto him, the target. The next second, Saga saw the 10,000 meters tall Sulfuri hovering in the air above his head, looking down at him from above. At this moment, Saga's eyes widened in horror, and his face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, he wanted to escape, but his feet couldn't move at all. Seeing Saga's terrified look, Sulfuri grinned slightly and said telepathically, "Submit to me, or die." After a second of dead silence, Saga knelt on the ground and lowered his head to Sulfuri. "I submit, I submit." Just like that, Sulfuri spent several years hunting down dozens of experts. Most of them chose to submit to it, but there were also 2 Star Lords who chose to refuse and were killed on the spot. As for the people who chose to submit, naturally, they were fused with Sulfuri's flesh and blood, becoming puppets whose lives could be controlled at any time. Zhou Jie had already come out of the 6 realms the year Sulfuri caught Zhuqiuhong and Luofeng. Originally, Zhou Jie had only come out to check the situation about a year or so, but who would have thought that when he came out, the huge ruler's palace was almost in ruins, and everyone was gone. At that time, Zhou Jie was naturally worried sick. He immediately tried to contact Zhuqiuhong, but there was no response, and his call request couldn't be connected. This made Zhou Jie's heart sink, and he then tried to contact Luofeng. Fortunately, Luofeng wasn't caught by Sulfuri at that time, and he wasn't caught after that. So Zhou Jie learned from Luofeng what happened after Sulfuri entered the ruler's palace that day. He learned that Zhuqiuhong and Yin Tianshui were left behind to deal with Sulfuri, and their fates were unknown. Later, when Jin Yinling and Ran wanted to gather everyone, they discovered that some people had gone missing one after another. This made them think of something, and they ordered everyone to hide and wait for further news. Of course, Luofeng also asked why Zhou Jie wasn't there at that time, and Zhou Jie told Luofeng that he had a treasure that allowed him to cultivate in it. This treasure could also activate the void concealment, and even imperial emperors wouldn't be able to notice it if they didn't pay attention. The treasure Zhou Jie spoke of was, of course, the 6 Paths world, and it indeed had such an effect. Previously, Luofeng and Zhuqiuhong only thought that Zhou Jie had a palace-type treasure, and they hid in it every time they cultivated. As Zhou Jie's disciples, they didn't go out of their curiosity, fearing that Zhou Jie would hold a grudge against them. After Zhou Jie learned of all this, he asked for Luofeng's location, wanting to meet up with him. But what Zhou Jie didn't expect was that after a moment of hesitation, Luofeng told Zhou Jie, "Junior Marshal brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but there's no need for us to hide together. It's better if we hide separately. This way, if one of us is discovered by Sulfuri, at least we won't implicate each other. If you have a treasure that allows you to cultivate in it, use it yourself. Don't worry about me, take good care of yourself." Zhou Jie was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he understood what Luofeng meant. Although Luofeng's actions were a little overboard, Zhou Jie could still understand. Moreover, Luofeng's final concern warmed Zhou Jie's heart, so he said to Luofeng, "All right, I understand. Senior Marshal brother, take good care of yourself too." In the end, Zhou Jie and Luofeng hung up. When Zhou Jie thought that Zhuqiuhong might already be dead, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, and his heart tightened uncomfortably. Star Sword Continent, Star Sword Palace. The Star Sword Palace used to be a grand expanse, but the ground was largely destroyed, and the main array had lost its effectiveness. However, the various palaces were still intact. The Star Sword Palace that used to be empty had some people living in it, but the master of this place had become Sulfuri. Chapter 281. In the current Starry Sword Palace, the Swordhead Palace had been transformed into Sulfuri's personal residence, while the East, South, West, and North palaces had been given to Sulfuri's capable subordinates, no more, no less, exactly 4 Lord-level powerhouses. Sulfuri had been having a great time recently. Now, he was like a tyrannical monarch of ancient times. The wanton starfield was so vast that there was almost no place he couldn't influence. He could plunder the resources of the entire wanton starfield at will and do whatever he wanted. This was something he didn't even dare to imagine in the past, but now it had become a reality. At this very moment, Sulfuri was leisurely lying on the carpet on the second floor of the Swordhead Palace in his 10-meter-long form. He was propping up one elbow, and there was an oversized elastic cushion under his elbow. Sulfuri's other hand was holding a special large wine cup. The liquid in the cup was a mixture of some fine wine and the heart blood of young boys and girls. The amount was at least a ton, and Sulfuri was slowly drinking it. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. How wonderful! The feeling of ruling a starfield is truly wonderful. Sulfuri narrowed his eyes. The feeling of enjoyment left him with endless aftertastes, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion again. But all of a sudden, the joyful smile on Sulfuri's face froze. Then, he frowned, sat up straight, and put the finished wine cup aside. Right, I almost forgot about that little guy. Back then, he almost killed this king on that planet. This king swore to take revenge. The reason why Sulfuri's smile suddenly disappeared was because he recalled how Zhou Jie had almost killed him on Earthstar. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Yes, that kid is a 9-star lord. It should be easy to find out his identity. This king will remember this grudge back then, so don't even think about running away." Sulfuri's temperament was cruel and merciless, and he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He immediately decided to find Zhou Jie and think of a way to kill him. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Thus, Sulfuri summoned his 4 capable generals, Domain Lord Sagar, Domain Lord Blackburn, Domain Lord Nodes, and Domain Lord Savadio. When Saga's group of 4 arrived at the Swordhead Palace's second floor and saw Sulfuri, they promptly knelt and saluted him. They did not have the backbone that a lord-ranked expert should have at all. Instead, they behaved as if they were subjects facing their king. "Master!" the 4 of them called out. Sulfuri nodded in satisfaction, then said to the 4 of them, "This king wants you to help me find someone. He should be a 9-star lord or a First Realm lord. This king will give you a rough outline of his appearance. See if you recognize him." Therefore, Safuli used its memories to roughly depict Zhou Jie's appearance and attire when it first encountered it. "How is it? Does anyone recognize him?" Sulfuri asked after drawing it. Sagar's group of 4 carefully looked at the figure Sulfuri had sketched out and quickly frowned. Among the 4 of them, only Sagar was most familiar with Zhou Jie's appearance. However, it had to be said that Sulfuri's drawing was really quite different from Zhou Jie's actual appearance. It was to the point that Sagar did not immediately realize that the person it drew was Zhou Jie. In particular, Sulfuri had said at the beginning that the person it was looking for was either a 9-star lord or a First Realm lord. When Sagar saw Zhou Jie, the latter was already a 3rd Realm lord. None of you recognize him?" Sulfuri couldn't help but frown when it saw the 4 of them frowning in deep thought. But the moment Sulfuri finished asking, Sagar finally had a flash of inspiration and connected the figure Sulfuri had drawn with Zhou Jie. Then, he remembered that Sulfuri had said 9-star lord or lord, and didn't dare to confirm it immediately. He hurriedly asked Sulfuri, "Master, may this subordinate be so bold as to ask, when did you meet the person you're looking for? Are you sure he's a First Realm lord at most?" Sulfuri couldn't help but be slightly surprised by Sagar's question. At the same time, it was somewhat dissatisfied. But after thinking about it, Sulfuri still patiently replied, "This king met this person over 100 years ago. At the time, he was a 9-star lord, but his strength was much stronger than the average 9-star lord of you humans. According to the cultivation speed of you human geniuses, I believe that this person might have already become a lord in 100 years. First Realm lord is most likely, and Second Realm, is also possible. Sulfuri finally recalled the battle strength Zhou Jie had erupted with back then. It had to admit that with Zhou Jie's talent, it was possible for him to reach the second Realm Lord in 100 years. But what Sulfuri didn't expect was that after it said that, Sagar rather excitedly confirmed, "Then that's right. Master, I know the person you're looking for. He and I were both lords of the Star Sword Alliance. His name is Zhou Jie, and he's one of Zhuochuhong's personal disciples. It's said that he was still a Star Lord over 100 years ago, but when I first met him a few dozen years ago, he had encountered some kind of heavenly opportunity and was already a Third Realm Lord. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is that when we met at the ruler's palace, that kid had made a breakthrough at some point and was already a Fourth Realm Lord." "What did you say?" Hearing Sagar's words, Sulfuri was clearly taken aback and found it hard to believe. Although it knew that humans had the highest cultivation talent and upper limit in the entire universe, it had never heard of anyone who could leap from a 9-star lord to a 4-star domain lord in less than 200 years. Just how monstrous would one have to be to achieve such a feat? In a short 100 years, he went from a 9-star lord to a 4th Realm Lord. "Sagar, are you sure you're not lying to me?" Sulfuri really didn't want to believe such a fact, so it subconsciously questioned Sagar. Sagar was well aware of this, so although he was afraid that he might have recognized the wrong person, he still braced himself and replied, "Master, this subordinate is sure it's true. This Zhou Jie is indeed a monstrous figure. I'm ashamed to say this, but when he was still a Third Realm Lord, this subordinate fought with him and was defeated by him in one move." Hearing Sagar's words, Sulfuri couldn't help but feel a chill in its heart. It was truly horrified by the extent of Zhou Jie's talent. However, Sulfuri soon smiled wickedly and said, "Good Zhou Jie, right? Then, Sagar, do you have a way to find him? This king must kill this person. If you can help this king find him, this king will definitely not treat you unfairly. When the time comes, just ask for whatever you want." When Sagar heard that Sulfuri wanted to kill Zhou Jie, he recalled that Zhou Jie had once shamed him and couldn't help but take this matter to heart. He immediately replied, "Master, this subordinate has a personal grudge with this person. This subordinate will definitely do my best to help the king find this person. However, for the time being, this subordinate doesn't have any particularly good ideas. I still need to investigate before I can come up with a feasible plan." Although Sulfuri was brutal, it wasn't brainless. Hearing this, it knew that Sagar was right, so it patiently nodded and said, "Good. This king will give you a few days to prepare, and have Heilian and the other two assist you. Try to come up with a plan as soon as possible and find Zhou Jie for me." "Yes, master," Sagar hurriedly responded. Heilian and the other two also followed suit. Planet Qingyang. Planet Qingyang was an extremely ordinary C-class life planet. Its technology was quite a bit behind planet Solaris, but due to the green plants that took up more than 70% of the planet's land area, its natural environment was extremely good. It was one of the key planets for interstellar tourism. At this moment, Zhou Jie was sitting cross-legged on a boulder at the foot of a valley on planet Qingyang. Kakashi had his back against Zhou Jie as he listened to Zhou Jie recount the recent events as well as some of Zhou Jie's thoughts. "I understand a little now. The reason to become strong isn't just to surpass oneself. More importantly, it's to have the power to protect what one wants to protect." At this point, Zhou Jie suddenly fell silent. He looked calmly at the sky above the valley in the distance. He felt a myriad of thoughts running through his mind, but it also felt like his mind was blank. The lollipop in Kakashi's mouth had basically melted by now. He carefully swallowed the last bit of melted syrup and said, "Jocko, isn't there a saying that goes life and death are fated, riches and honor are up to the heavens? If you can't stop some things, it's best not to care about them as much as possible. After all, it's not your problem. Living happily is the most important thing. Don't take it too hard, Jocko. Hearing this, Zhou Jie continued to be silent for a while. Then, he suddenly said, Kakashi, you don't understand. If you understand it one day, perhaps you'll no longer be an artificial life. You'll be a person who truly understands emotions. Kakashi. Then what do you plan to do, Jocko? The two of them were silent for a while. Then, Kakashi suddenly asked. Zhou Jie thought for a while before answering, I'll think about it after I cultivate to the 5th grade domain. Otherwise, I won't even have a chance of escaping from Sulfuri. Zhou Jie cultivated the divine escape Dao. In terms of escaping ability, he was invincible among his peers in the entire Wasteland Star region. Even if Sulfuri's speed in space was unparalleled, as long as the gap between Zhou Jie and Sulfuri's cultivation base was smaller, Sulfuri would have a hard time catching up to Zhou Jie. This was because Sulfuri's speed was achieved by relying on its innate ability to continuously increase its speed in a straight line. It lacked flexibility. It was naturally invincible for escaping, but it was a different story when it came to chasing down an enemy. Kakashi wasn't surprised to hear this answer. He only pursed his lips with a frown. However, he didn't say anything. It was unknown what he was thinking. Kakashi, accompany me for a walk. At some point, Zhou Jie suddenly got up and jumped down from the boulder. Oh, coming, Jocko! Kakashi immediately jumped down from the boulder happily. Zhou Jie tilted his head and glanced back at Kakashi. His gaze was deep, and it was unknown what he was thinking today. His collection had suddenly increased by 10. This was the first time in all his years of writing. Chapter 282. Zhou Jie and Kakashi walked for a long time, from the valley to a small town. The two naturally came to an old-fashioned tavern at the entrance of the town. They asked for a private room, and then ordered a lot of drinks and food. Oh, Jocko, life should be enjoyed while it lasts. You see, isn't this pretty good? That Sulfuri whatever, since you can't control it, then don't. Anyway, someone will take care of it sooner or later. Kakashi said vaguely as he excitedly ate the 7 or 8 skewers of barbecue food in his hand. Zhou Jie drank the somewhat turbid ancient wine, and silently felt the numbness and burning sensation in his mouth and tongue. He didn't say anything when he heard this, and didn't even look at Kakashi. He just stared blankly at the wine jug in front of him. After a few seconds without hearing Zhou Jie's response, Kakashi's eating speed slowed down. At the same time, he shrunk his neck slightly and cautiously raised his eyes to look at Zhou Jie. Seeing that Zhou Jie seemed to be in a daze, Kakashi seemed to have realized something, and the barbecue in his hands suddenly didn't smell good. Jocko, why don't you go cultivate? It's not good to be so distracted like this. Doing anything else is meaningless. Hearing Kakashi suddenly say this, Zhou Jie seemed to come back to his senses. He glanced at Kakashi, and then he actually smiled softly and said, Okay, Kakashi, I've actually thought it through a long time ago. I just want to accompany you for a while before I go cultivate. I don't know why. When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie say this, he couldn't help but blink a few times, and looked at Zhou Jie with an adorable expression. Seeing this, Zhou Jie smiled again and said, Okay, don't you like barbecue the most? Hurry up and eat or I'll snatch it all. With that, Zhou Jie grabbed a bunch of barbecue food from the bowl in front of him. Kakashi saw this and immediately became anxious, and couldn't help but cry, Ah, inhumane, tragic, too horrible to look at. Zhou Jie. After eating with Kakashi in the town's tavern, Zhou Jie accompanied Kakashi to do some shopping in the town. After that, Kakashi returned to the space ring, while Zhou Jie found a secluded place in the nearby forest, and activated the 6 Paths World's hidden void, while he himself entered it through the connection with the 6 Paths World. This time, Zhou Jie directly went to the second level of the Six Paths Pagoda, which was also the pagoda level for cultivating the Divine Soul Tao. As soon as Zhou Jie arrived, Zhou Jihuan, who was wearing a tight black gauze dress, appeared not far in front of him, and Zhou Jie quickly tried to calm his mind. No matter how many times he saw her, the invisible temptation Zhou Jihuan exuded could easily affect Zhou Jie's mind. Thus, he had long developed the habit of calming his mind the moment he saw Zhou Jihuan. "Senior!" Zhou Jie shouted. "Your Highness, you're looking for me for the matter of sulphuri, right?" Zhou Jihuan smiled, looked at Zhou Jie and asked. Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked. Regarding the matter of sulphuri, he had only told Zhou Tianwu and asked for his help, but after that failed, he didn't think of looking for the other pagoda masters. He didn't expect that this time, when he came to find Zhou Jihuan for the matter of sulphuri, the other party would immediately see through his intentions. Thus, Zhou Jie no longer hesitated and immediately spoke his mind. "Yes, Senior, it seems you already know about sulphuri. Senior Tianwu said that sulphuri is a void devourer, its physical strength is extremely terrifying, and it can clone itself. Only its soul is relatively weak, but back then, Senior Tianwu told me that unless I reach the level of a sixth domain lord, it's almost impossible for me to defeat sulphuri, but now sulphuri is already. In short, I want to ask Senior, is it possible for me to cultivate a soul secret technique in a short period of time, and kill sulphuri by destroying its soul?" In response to Zhou Jie's question, Zhou Jihuan pursed his lips and thought for about 2 seconds before answering. "Your Highness, actually, Tianwu isn't wrong. Before you reach the level of a sixth domain lord, it's almost impossible for you to defeat sulphuri because the soul of a void devourer is relatively weak compared to its physical body. Moreover, it can't cultivate soul secret techniques, so there's almost no way for it to resist soul attack. It's because of these 2 reasons that its soul is weak. But in reality, the strength of the soul of a void devourer is only stronger than that of a sixth domain lord. If you want to use soul attacks to directly kill it, the difficulty is no less than destroying its physical body. Although your Highness cultivates the path of the soul, and your current soul force is comparable to some sixth domain lords, in the end there's still a gap. Even if your Highness becomes a fifth domain lord, it's almost impossible to rely on soul force to kill a peak domain lord rank void devourer. Only after reaching the level of a sixth domain lord, and then cultivating the soul-killing secret technique to a certain degree, will you have a great chance. Is this the only way?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask with a frown. This was because Zhou Jie knew very well that if he wanted to cultivate to the level of a sixth domain lord, and he had to do it steadily and surely like before, passing through the 4th and 5th floors of the supernatural tower. Only then could he break through to the level of a sixth domain lord, but the time required to do so would be no less than 100 years. It was almost impossible for an accident to happen. And in 100 years or so, even if Zhou Jie became a sixth-stage domain lord and had the strength to kill sulphuri, sulphuri's days would probably be numbered. Sulphuri might even have left long ago. By that time, the sovereign monarchs would have more or less returned. Sulphuri wasn't a fool, so he would definitely die a little earlier. Being asked this by Zhou Jie, Zhou Jihuan looked deeply at Zhou Jie and finally said, "Actually, there's another way, Your Highness. It's just that although this method has a lower cultivation requirement, it might be more difficult than the first method." "What is it?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie asked excitedly. "That is to cultivate the divine list art to a certain level. Combined with a soul secret technique I have here, you can also kill sulphuri with 100% certainty. It's just that Your Highness should know the difficulty of cultivating the divine list art. It's much harder than cultivating heart force." Zhou Jihuan said. "Divine list art?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't think that the divine list art would be his greatest opportunity. Seeing this, Zhou Jihuan knew that Zhou Jie wanted to try this method, so she said, "Your Highness can go find Long Wei to understand. He will tell your Highness to what level the divine list art is to be able to kill sulfuri." "Okay, then I'll go." Thank you, senior," Zhou Jie immediately responded. Although Zhou Jihuan said that the second method was actually more difficult than the first, Zhou Jie had already determined that the first method wasn't feasible. Therefore, he naturally had to learn about the second method. As long as there was even the slightest possibility, he would try his best. When Zhou Jie arrived at the 4th floor of the Six Paths Pagoda, Zhou Longwei was already waiting there. Seeing Zhou Jie's smiling face, coupled with his figure and face, there was a hint of the Maitreya Buddha. Without waiting for Zhou Jie to speak, Zhou Longwei said, "I already know the purpose of your Highness' visit. Your Highness wants to cultivate the divine list art to kill the void devourer. This is really not a simple matter. Even the previous Holy Sun would find it extremely difficult to cultivate the divine list art within 100 years when he was only a 4th-layer realm lord. Although your Highness is also extremely talented and extremely hard-working, in the end, you lack the support of the Holy Land's resources. Your foundation is still somewhat lacking compared to the previous Holy Sun. I'm afraid that it will be even more difficult to cultivate the divine list art ! Zhou Jie's heart couldn't help but turn cold when he heard such discouraging words. However, he had no other choice but to brace himself and say, "No matter how difficult it is, I still want to try. Please teach me, senior." Seeing Zhou Jie's determination, Zhou Longwei couldn't help but nod his head and say, "Okay, then I will do my best to help your Highness. However, in order to have a true breakthrough on the path of the soul and will, one can only rely on oneself." "Junior understands," Zhou Jie said when he heard this. He was indeed clear about this. Upon seeing this, Zhou Longwei nodded with satisfaction once more and began to cut to the chase. "Alright, let's begin. First, I'll emphasize once more, your Highness. The relationship between the soul and the will is similar to the relationship between the body and the soul. Therefore, while the God's art cultivates the will, it also enhances the essence of the soul. This is also the fundamental reason why cultivating the God's art can help your Highness eliminate the void devourer in advance with your soul cultivation." When Zhou Jie started cultivating the divine creation technique in the Six Paths Pagoda, Sagar was also trying to find traces of Zhou Jie. However, in the vast galaxy, it was extremely difficult to find a Lord-class expert who couldn't be contacted via the internet. As a result, Sagar still couldn't find any news about Zhou Jie. This can't go on. I can only think of a way to make Zhou Jie come out himself. In the end, Sagar came up with a plan to make Zhou Jie come to him on his own accord while he waited for him to come out. In the central hall of the 2nd floor of the Sword Head Palace, Sagar greeted Sulfuri and said, "Master, your subordinate has thought of a way. Although it might not work, it's the only way to make Zhou Jie appear." "What way? Speak." Sulfuri was obviously very eager to kill Zhou Jie. When it heard Sagar's words, it immediately put down the wine cup in its hand. Thus Sagar said, "It's like this, Master. In your subordinate's opinion, Zhou Jie should be a person who values relationship. He and Zhou Jie are master and disciple. Your subordinate thinks that we can use this relationship to make Zhou Jie show himself and jump into the trap that your subordinate has designed." At this point, Sagar paused and continued, "In addition, your subordinate has investigated Zhou Jie's past and found that there are still a few people that we can use. When the time comes, as long as we find a way to release the news, he might be able to show himself." Actually, Sulfuri didn't care at all about the method to make Zhou Jie show himself. After hearing Sagar's words, it nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead and arrange this matter. Zhuo Qiuhong. I'll meet him personally and then leave him to you." Chapter 283. Beneath the Swordhead Palace was Zhuoqiuhong's dance practice ground, but now it had been specially modified by sulfuri to become a place that could be said to be a prison. Moreover, this underground prison only held a single person, and it was Zhuoqiuhong. The gloomy quiet room was around 70 to 80 square meters in size, and it was built from solid and special stones. Now, it had even been reinforced with a few layers of formations that weren't weak, and they were mainly used to strengthen the several tens of black chains within it. Moreover, these black chains bound a thin man in ragged clothes, and it was precisely Zhuoqiuhong. Presently, Zhuoqiuhong's internal injuries were extremely heavy, and there were even restrictions placed on the surface of his body, causing him to be unable to recover. Moreover, it was difficult for him to circulate the energy within his body, causing his strength to drop to rock bottom. This was also the reason why he was unable to struggle free from the several tens of black chains that supported the formations. If it was at any other time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these black chains would break apart with a single breath from him. Slap, slap, slap. After a wave of footsteps that sounded like the slapping of fish fins, Sulfuri, who transformed into an ordinary human, appeared at the entrance of the quiet room. When he saw Zhuoqiuhong, who was bound and standing at the center of the room, he grinned before walking over to Zhuoqiuhong. Hey! Hey! Sulfuri couldn't help but cry out when he saw Zhuoqiuhong remained unmoved by his arrival and still had his head lowered. But Sulfuri didn't have the chance to say anything before Zhuoqiuhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Sulfuri with an icy cold gaze. Freak, didn't you want to take revenge? If you want to kill me, then do as you please. But if you want to use me for something, then don't dream about it. Sulfuri was intending to use Zhuoqiuhong, yet unexpectedly, he was refused before he could even speak, so he couldn't help but feel slightly angry. Humph, you have backbone. But you really guessed correctly. This king wants to use you, and you can't even commit suicide now, yet you want to go against me? It's truly laughable. Besides that, this king won't let you die too quickly or too comfortably. I'll surely slowly torture you and make you die an extremely painful death. You don't have to worry about this. Zhuoqiuhong remained unmoved when he heard Sulfuri, and he quickly said coldly, "You won't be complacent for long." Really? A wisp of a smile suddenly appeared on the corners of Sulfuri's mouth when he heard Zhuoqiuhong's words. What you mean is that evil can't triumph over good. Unfortunately, justice will be late, and you won't be able to see the day it arrives. Not necessarily. Zhuoqiuhong immediately replied coldly. This caused Sulfuri to feel a little embarrassed. Sulfuri's smile turned into anger as he said, "You're quite stubborn. This great king doesn't feel like talking nonsense with you. I'll let you experience this great king's methods." As soon as he finished speaking, Sulfuri suddenly raised his left hand. The dark red scales on the surface of his palm wriggled and split apart, and something that looked like a tentacle worm drilled out from it. It stood up straight and wriggled in the air. This great king is naturally born from this great king's body. In the words of you humans, it can be called a parasite. Don't underestimate it. I'll put it into your body, and then it'll slowly gnaw away at your body. Bit by bit, it'll gnaw away at your bones, eat your internal organs, and then devour from the inside all the way to the surface of your body. When you only have your head left, it'll drill into your head. That will be the most exciting moment. Sulfuri raised the tentacle worm in his hand and introduced it to Zhuoqiuhong. On the other hand, Zhuoqiuhong glanced at the parasite before lowering his head expressionlessly, and he remained unmoved. Half a day later, in the square before Swordhead Palace, a huge cross made of black gold was erected near the center of the square, and Zhuoqiuhong was already tied to it. Several gray-white ropes firmly bound his forelimbs and neck, making him unable to move at all. His mouth was also choked by the ropes, making him unable to open his mouth to speak. I'll leave Zhuoqiuhong to you. Do as you say. I'll observe the situation from the shadows," Sulfuri said to Saga in front of him. He then looked at the other 3 Horde leader rank subordinates behind Saga and said, "You 3 cooperate with Saga and arrange everything properly. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, Master," Saga and the other 3 answered in unison. Not long after, on the tallest building square in Xinjiang continent, Sky Cloud Peak, the cross that bound Zhuoqiuhong was erected there. Moreover, there was even a specialized camera that uploaded this scene to the Universe Network. Thus, the news of Zhuoqiuhong being tied up at Sky Cloud Peak was spread like wildfire by some people, and Luo Feng, Gold Silver, and the others found out. "Master!" Luo Feng looked at Zhuoqiuhong, who was tied to the cross in the video, and was instantly enraged. He looked like he was about to rush up and fight, but this was after all a video, so he had no choice but to quickly calm down. Luo Feng saw Zhuoqiuhong's face twitch from time to time in the video, as though he was enduring immense pain, but he did not show any signs of flaring up. This made him even more anxious, and he wished he could appear at Sky Cloud Peak right now to save Zhuoqiuhong. The video was not very long, and in the last few seconds of the video, it was Sulfuri's appearance and speech. "This king has planted a parasite in his body, and this parasite will slowly eat away at his body. During this period, he will constantly suffer a heart-eating pain. If you want to save him, hand over a little fellow called Zhou Jie. As long as you hand him over, I can let Zhuoqiuhong go, and this king will no longer pursue the rest of you. Of course, if you don't want to trade and want to try to rescue him, that's fine too. This king will wait for you." After Luo Feng finished watching the video, he was naturally furious. Although Sulfuri's method was very despicable, it did have the effect of forcing Zhou Jie to appear. And even if Zhou Jie was unwilling to trade for Zhuoqiuhong, Zhou Jie's people would most likely think of a way to save Zhuoqiuhong. And Sulfuri was very confident in himself. As long as Zhou Jie's people dared to come, then not only would they not be able to save Zhuoqiuhong, they would also suffer losses. "Master!" After Luo Feng tried his best to calm himself down, he thought carefully and finally decided to think of a way to save Zhuoqiuhong. For this, he planned to seek Ran and Genie Nan's help. Therefore, Luo Feng contacted Genie Nan regarding this matter. Back then, Genie Nan did not know that Zhuoqiuhong was tied up in Cloud Peak. After Genie Nan learned of this from Luo Feng, he was shocked and furious and straightforwardly agreed to help Luo Feng think of a way to save Zhuoqiuhong. "I'll tell Ran and Elder Xingxia about this. They should be willing to participate in the rescue. As for the others, there's not much point in participating. Just inform them," Genie Nan finally said to Luo Feng. After receiving Luo Feng's approval, he began to announce and gather the people regarding Zhuoqiuhong. After this, Luo Feng wanted to send a message to Zhou Jie, but when he thought of Zhou Jie's temperament, he felt that it was better not to let him know too early. Luo Feng knew that Zhou Jie was used to not paying attention to outside matters, so as long as he did not tell Zhou Jie, he guessed that it would take a long time before Zhou Jie found out about Zhuoqiuhong's situation on Cloud Peak. "Let's try to save Master before Junior Brother." Luo Feng thought for a long time, and finally made up his mind, as if he had completely ignored the difficulty of the operation to rescue Zhuoqiuhong. 6 Paths Pagoda. Zhou Jie was currently sharpening his own willpower under Zhou Longwei's guidance. Now, he had already determined the ultimate goal to defeat Sulfuri, and that was to cultivate the Shattering Void in the first part of the Divine Series technique, then supplement it with the Secret Soul technique Desire Extinguishing. Finally, he would be able to attack Sulfuri's soul and willpower, causing it to collapse and its consciousness to vanish, resulting in its death. Before Zhou Jie started cultivating the Divine Series technique, Shattering Void, he still had some confidence. Most of it came from his strong determination to defeat Sulfuri, but after he started cultivating for a while, Zhou Jie discovered that the divine series technique was indeed worthy of being called the most difficult path of the six paths. Its requirements for the tempering of one's willpower were terrifyingly high. Zhou Jie had also cultivated the divine series technique for a while, but that was still at the beginning stage. Compared to his current cultivation, the pain that came from the tempering of his willpower in the past, the combination of pain, anger, disappointment, despair, sadness, and various other emotions, was completely a drop in the ocean. Moreover, in the past, it could only be considered a shallow attempt. But now, in order to succeed in his cultivation as soon as possible, Zhou Jie attempted to be permanent, to the extent that his consciousness nearly collapsed many times. Fortunately, Zhou Longwei was there, so he didn't perish from his cultivation. Next is the mortal world tempering of the heart. Although this one is less painful, it's easier to get lost. Moreover, one failure may waste a lot of time, and it's almost futile. Your Highness, be careful, Zhou Longwei said to Zhou Jie before starting the new stage of the tempering of his willpower. Zhou Jie had just stabilized his consciousness not long ago. Hearing this, he nodded firmly and said, "Come on, senior." In response, Zhou Longwei looked at Zhou Jie and hesitated for a second before finally responding, "Okay." In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Zhuo Hong was still trapped on Cloud Peak, and Luo Feng and the others had yet to prepare a rescue plan. During this period, Sulfuri would release a video on the Cosmic Network every year so that Luo Feng and the others could see Zhuo Hong's condition every year. At the beginning of the first year, which was when Sulfuri ordered people to release the first video, Zhuo Hong only faintly revealed a painful expression. His clothes were ragged, but there were no obvious wounds on his body. At the beginning of the second year, Zhuo Hong's face was haggard and his expression was stiff. The original painful expression was no longer easy to see. Clearly, it was because the pain had been too long that he had become numb. What shocked Luo Feng and the others was the video at the beginning of the third year. In the video, Zhuo Hong's eyes were bloodshot, and there were many dried bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. From time to time, the corner of his mouth would slightly twitch. It was hard to imagine what he was enduring. Chapter 284. Luo Feng, Ron, Gold Silver, and Star Hero had gathered on a planet called Blue Silver Planet not long ago. Only the 4 of them were participating in this operation to rescue Zhuo Hong. The reason why Ron and the others didn't call for more people was because they already knew that some of the people in the king's palace had been killed by Sulfuri, and some of them had defected to the enemy. They chose not to gather for this reason. Now that they were going to rescue Zhuo Hong, they couldn't afford to have too many people. Luo Feng and the others were already the majority of the remaining high-end forces, and that was enough. During these 2 years, Luo Feng's group of 4 naturally didn't just discuss their plan of action. In fact, their plan of action had already been carried out. But considering Sulfuri's formidable strength and the fact that this was clearly Sulfuri's trap, they had to first ascertain the situation at Skycloud Peak and wait for the right opportunity to act. Otherwise, if they acted blindly, they would definitely suffer a double loss. Cloud Peak of Star Sword Continent was the tallest building on Star Sword Continent, with a height of over 10,000 meters. There was a huge platform on top of it with a military base and a research base. It was also the center of Star Sword Continent's network operations. There were also many rich, upper-class residents on it. The plaza in the center was usually a place where the residents of Cloud Peak strolled and gathered. Now it was closed and became Zhuo Hong's exclusive place. The first step of Luo Feng and the others' operation plan was to investigate the situation on Cloud Peak. Therefore, they sent some spies, disguised as tourists, to Cloud Peak. Fortunately, Sulfuri didn't prohibit outsiders from visiting Cloud Peak. Therefore, the spies, sent by Luo Feng and the others, spent several months to get a general idea of the situation on Cloud Peak. Not long ago, they sent a second message to Luo Feng and the others. After receiving the second message from the spies, Luo Feng and the others pondered over the information, and after a group discussion, they finally finalized the operation plan and decided to begin the rescue operation. In the Six Paths Pagoda's Shenwei level, Zhou Jie sat cross-legged in the light green void. His face was expressionless, and he hadn't moved for nearly 2 years. Zhou Jie had always been in front of Zhou Jie, silently using his consciousness to observe Zhou Jie's consciousness in the illusion. Lass. Zhou Jie looked at the girl in front of him. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes were full of gentleness. Standing in front of Zhou Jie was a girl in a one-piece dress. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her figure was petite and exquisite, but she was curvaceous. Her face always had a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, giving people a very sweet feeling. "What's wrong, Jocko?" Seeing Zhou Jie's troubled expression, the girl couldn't help but frown, but she still asked with a smile on her face. Zhou Jie raised his hand and touched the girl's head, then pulled her into his arms. After a long silence, Zhou Jie whispered into the girl's ear, "I'm sorry, I have to go." The girl was very surprised and quickly struggled out of Zhou Jie's arms. She raised her head and questioned Zhou Jie, "Jocko, what are you talking about?" "Why?" Zhou Jie looked into the girl's eyes. The gentleness in his eyes didn't fade, but he still told the girl, "I have to go. I don't belong to this world. I'm awake." The girl suddenly cried. She threw herself into Zhou Jie's arms again and hugged Zhou Jie tightly. "No, I don't want you to go. Can you stay with me for a while? Stay with me for a while longer." Zhou Jie stared blankly ahead for a long time. In the end, he lowered his head and said to the girl, "I really should go. You've trapped me for too long." When the girl heard Zhou Jie's words, she cried even harder. She cried and begged Zhou Jie to stay, but Zhou Jie was still unmoved. His eyes gradually became firm and deep. As if she knew that she couldn't change Zhou Jie's mind, the girl's face suddenly twisted, and then her whole body began to distort, turning into countless colorful grayish-black substances. Colorful here refers to the various shades of grayish-black. They crazily expanded and swallowed Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was engulfed by the girl, but he was still unmoved. However, his body began to burst out with light, and the whole world he was in began to turn grayish-black. The mortal world refines the heart. A glance is 10,000 years, a thought is eternity. Hundreds of reincarnations, transcendence is still the present. I am still me. Zhou Jie said this at the last moment. The light emitted from his whole body finally erupted to the extreme, destroying the grayish-black world he was in. Zhou Jie also woke up in reality. As he slowly opened his eyes, Zhou Jie's gaze seemed to have aged greatly, and it had become extremely deep and profound. Moreover, his gaze was glistening and emanated a soul pressure that took one's breath away. Seeing this, Zhou Longwei smiled and looked at Zhou Jie, and said to Zhou Jie, "Congratulations, Your Highness. It's rare to be able to complete the mortal world refines the heart in such a short time. It seems that Your Highness has perfectly taken the first step of the cultivation goal." Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but smile. He immediately said modestly, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm still far from the goal." Then, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask, "How long have I been cultivating?" "Haha, only 2 years, Zhou Longwei replied. Zhou Jie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that this amount of time was indeed short enough, but he still achieved the effect of the tempering of his consciousness. In the illusion, he had experienced hundreds of years of space-time changes, and finally walked out with his consciousness gradually awakening. Then Your Highness can look for little sister Jihuan to cultivate desireless next. Moreover, Your Highness will have to rely on yourself for the rest of your cultivation. Zhou Longwei said. "Yes, this junior understands." Zhou Jie immediately responded. He knew that he had now laid the foundation for cultivating Desireless, and only when he perfectly combined the power of his will with Desireless would he be able to perform the sole technique that killed Sulfuri. Star's Word Continent, Sword Head Palace's second floor. Sulfuri was lying lazily on the carpet. Seeing Sagar's arrival, he unhurriedly finished the wine in his cup before sitting up. Master. Sagar bowed and saluted. This subordinate has already captured Yume Qianxue, but her younger sister Ling Shuer just happened to be out. This subordinate had Yume Qianxue contact her, but who knew that this bitch wouldn't listen to me and instead had her run as far away as possible. Thus, I'm afraid that Ling Shuer won't be captured for the time being. Hearing this, Sulfuri didn't show any expression on his face. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, "All right, one is enough. Anyway, it's not the main show. What about Zhou Jie's first love?" We haven't found her yet. Yuan Rong's husband left the family with her a long time ago, and didn't leave any news behind. It's very difficult to find her," Sagar replied. This time, Sulfuri was a little unhappy. "Search, continue searching, this is the main show." "Yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will continue to send people to search." "Also, what about Yume Qianxue?" Sagar responded and asked again. "You're fully in charge of this. This king doesn't expect this person to force out Zhou Jie," Sulfuri said in response. "Yes, master. Then this subordinate will take his leave," Sagar hurriedly responded and then retreated. After Sagar left, Sulfuri was still thinking about how to take revenge on Zhou Jie. After thinking for a long time, he finally fiercely muttered to himself, "This king's time is limited. Zhou Jie, oh Zhou Jie, if you still don't appear in 20 years, then don't blame this king for taking extreme measures." On this day, Gold, Silver, and Ron quietly descended on Xinjiang continent, preparing to rescue Zhuohong according to the operation plan, and Luo Feng and Elder Xingxia acted as support. The two set up a formation in the sky above Xinjiang continent, waiting for possible prey to arrive. At a certain time, in Sword Head Palace, Sulfuri was drinking wine when suddenly, "HM? He's finally here." After saying this, Sulfuri's eyes suddenly became lifeless, and his entire body stiffened. The next second, in the Cloud Heaven military base, a human-looking officer's body suddenly expanded, and at the same time, his figure transformed into Sulfuri's appearance. It turned out that the Sulfuri in Sword Head Palace was a clone of Sulfuri. Now that it had devoured an excess of energy, it was able to create such a clone that had nearly half of the main body's battle strength. However, maintaining both the clone and the main body at the same time would cause the main body's battle strength to greatly decrease. However, Sulfuri could choose to withdraw the clone's consciousness back into the main body in an instant. That way, the main body would regain its peak battle strength. At this very moment, Sulfuri had done so, and his main body in Cloud Heaven also recovered its peak strength. Ron used his movement technique and rushed several thousand meters above Zhuohong's head like a cloud. Then, he instantly accelerated and arrived beside Zhuohong with the smallest fluctuation. After sensing and confirming that the person on the cross was Zhuohong, Ron immediately took action to destroy the chains binding Zhuohong. However, before he could take Zhuohong and leave, "Where do you think you're going?" Sulfuri's loud shout resounded through the clouds, causing the world to shake. At the same time, Sulfuri had already transformed into his main body that was 10,000 meters tall and blocked Ron's escape path with one hand. Ron turned pale with fright when he saw this, but he still hurriedly carried Zhuohong and fled in a certain direction. At the same time, in the sky, Jiningru took action. Boom! A huge golden wheel with a diameter of over 1,000 meters pierced through the clouds and slashed at Sulfuri's face. The terrifying might caused the sky to change color and the atmosphere to wail. However, Sulfuri actually completely ignored Jiningru's attack and grabbed Ron with all his strength. Soon, he clenched his fist and was about to grab Ron. Ron couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly burst out with his spear and barely shook off Sulfuri's grip, while he himself was forced to fly close to the ground and continue to flee. "Humph, you can't escape in front of this king!" Sulfuri shouted again and chased Ron out of cloud heaven. Jin Ingru hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 285. Ron fled madly, but he was still unable to outrun the speed of Sulfuri's pursuit. He couldn't help but feel anxious because if this continued, then Sulfuri would probably catch up to him before he could lead Sulfuri to the trap formation. Gold Silver could see clearly from high above and realized Ron's situation. He had no choice but to help. This time, he even used all his strength. Daze! The golden wheel expanded to a diameter of 3,000 meters, burning with golden flames as it smashed towards the back of Sulfuri's head. Sulfuri finally didn't dare to ignore it. He turned around and waved his hand, slapping the golden wheel to the side and slowing down his speed. Seeing this, Ron felt as if he had been pardoned. He happily flew high into the sky. The trap array wasn't far from him, and he could reach it in less than 2 breaths. When Sulfuri saw Ron pulling away from him, he coldly snorted. He still didn't pay attention to Gold Silver, and continued to chase after Ron with explosive speed. In less than 2 breaths, Sulfuri was less than 10,000 meters behind Ron again. But at the same time, Ron had already flown out of the trap array, and Sulfuri was about to fall into it. Boom! When Sulfuri entered the trap array, it immediately activated. There were a total of 5 layers of arrays, and almost all of them had the effect of trapping, entangling, and suppressing the enemy. When the 5 layers of arrays erupted, even Sulfuri was greatly hindered in an instant, his speed dropping by more than 80%. Luo Feng and Elder Xingxia, after activating the array at the edge of the array, quickly fled to the sides according to the plan. Their strength couldn't stop Sulfuri at all, and if they were even a second slower, Sulfuri might catch up to any one of them. "Ah, you're quite considerate, but so what? If this king wants to catch someone, he can't escape either." Sulfuri roared from within the array. In less than a breath, he broke out of the range of the array and continued to chase after Ron. Although Ron was already 20,000 meters away from Sulfuri, he still hadn't escaped Sulfuri's perception range. And with Sulfuri's speed, as long as he continued chasing like this, it would only take a few dozen seconds to catch up to Ron. Oh no, he's still chasing. Gold Silver saw that Sulfuri didn't care about anything else and continued to chase after Ron, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. According to their plan, as long as Ron ran past the trap array, he would be able to shake off Sulfuri. If that didn't work, Gold Silver would help him, and their chances of escaping would be very high. But who would have thought that Sulfuri's SS attacks would to him, and the trap array's attack effect on him? Gold Silver's angle of attack was not good, and he was still ignored by Sulfuri's SS attack, and didn't have any effect on Z's attack. Thus, Gold Silver instantly had a foreseeable foresee T-Tess, and attacked Go S's. But he was sure T-T-T-T-T-Tess T-T-T. T-T to T-T-T-T-T-S-S T-T-T. Gold and Silver continued to catch up and attack from afar, but his attacks were once again ignored by Safuli. He was so anxious that he wanted to go crazy, but there was nothing he could do. The outcome was slowly approaching what he had expected. Gold Silver had a premonition, and Ron had even less to say. He sensed that Sulfuri was still following behind him, methodically closing in, and Gold Silver's attacks were practically ineffective. He couldn't help but feel terrified and despair. Right at this moment, Zhuoqiu Hong's voice suddenly sounded in Ron's ears. "Put me down and remove the seal in my body. I'll stop him, you run." "That won't do." Ron refused without hesitation. "If we keep running like this, we'll both be caught. Give up and let me stop him." That way, I'll still have a chance to self-destruct and won't be used by him, Zhuoqiu Hong continued to persuade. His voice was steady, but his expression was still extremely pained. This time, Ron fell into a state of hesitation. Hurry, or it'll be too late. Zhuoqiu Hong hurriedly shouted when he saw Ron still hesitating. All right. Ron finally made up his mind and began to remove the seal in Zhuoqiu Hong's body. However, removing the seal still required time, and before Ron could remove the seal in Zhuoqiu Hong's body, Sulfuri had already caught up to him by 5 to 6 kilometers. This king won't play with you anymore, lest something goes wrong. Beast trapping record, go! Following Sulfuri's loud shout, a red light streaked across the sky and quickly spread out into a blueprint that was tens of thousands of meters long. It emitted a hazy yellow light and enveloped Ron and Gold Silver. Not good. The moment the yellow light descended upon him, Ron's expression changed drastically. Then, he felt a powerful pressure on his body, causing him to instantly feel as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed dropped sharply by more than half. Ron hurriedly tried to resist the power that was suppressing him, but to his surprise, he found that he couldn't resist the power he erupted with. He couldn't find a target to resist at all. In the next breath, Sulfuri arrived less than a kilometer behind Ron, and a giant hand came slashing down, its power so great that it made one feel despair. It's over. When Gold Silver saw this scene in the distance, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It turned out that of the 5 peak suzerains, he was now the only one left who could slightly resist Sulfuri. How could this not make him feel despair and collapse? In the end, Gold Silver could only choose to turn around and flee, because he knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. Moreover, from now on, until Imperial monarchs appeared in the Unfettered Sea Star region, the Unfettered Sea Star region would completely fall under Sulfuri's control, and resistance like them would cease to exist. 2 days after Zhou Jie learned the soul technique, desire obliteration from Zhou Jihuan, he reached a bottleneck. The difficulty of desire obliteration was much greater than he had imagined. It was truly complicated and difficult to understand. If he couldn't understand it, he naturally couldn't practice it or use it. Regarding this, Zhou Jihuan let Zhou Jie comprehend it by himself for a month. In the end, Zhou Jie still couldn't break through the bottleneck, so she changed her perspective and used illusions to help Zhou Jie comprehend reality. In this way, it took more than a year for Zhou Jie to successfully comprehend the first step of desire obliteration. This was in line with what he had comprehended when he was tempering his willpower. However, at that time it was merely a feeling. Now, he truly began to understand it, and began to use it from a deeper perspective of the soul itself. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Jie had reached a second bottleneck. This time, he had spent more than 6 years comprehending illusions, but he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. This made Zhou Jie somewhat anxious. He felt that he was still a long way from mastering desire obliteration. He had been stuck at this second bottleneck for so long, so mastering desire obliteration might take him another 20 or 30 years. After that, he still had to strengthen his willpower and fuse it with desire obliteration in the next 100 years to reach the height of killing Sulfuri. That was truly harder than ascending to the heavens. But at least it's easier than cultivating to the 6th stage domain lord level. In the end, Zhou Jie could only console himself like this. He temporarily ended his cultivation of the soul technique and returned to Clear Yang Planet in the Wanhai star field. After returning to Clear Yang Planet, Zhou Jie immediately learned about the recent happenings in the Wanhai star field, especially those related to Sulfuri. Thus, Zhou Jie logged onto the Universe Network to take a look. It didn't matter if he didn't look, because after looking, Zhou Jie discovered that there were 2 network headlines in total, and they were both published from Heaven Cloud Peak on Xinjiang continent. What, Master? Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Xiaohong was trapped on Heaven Cloud Peak, and that Sulfuri was using this to blackmail him into giving up his life in exchange for Xiaohong. However, he immediately saw the second news. Ron and the others failed to rescue Xiaohong. Ron's body was chopped off by Sulfuri, leaving only his head hanging on Heaven Cloud Peak. Finally, there was a video of these two news articles. Zhou Jie suppressed his shock and anger and clicked on the video. At that time, he felt as if all the blood in his body had solidified. Master, President Ron. After watching the video, Zhou Jie couldn't help but tremble and feel uncomfortable all over. That feeling was like an ordinary person's body being powerless and unable to breathe. Sulfuri! After a long time, Zhou Jie roared towards the sky. His voice rumbled and shook heaven and earth. It even caused the clouds and winds in Clear Yang Planet's sky to change. However, it didn't take long for Zhou Jie to calm down. He quickly left Clear Yang Planet and released Cage into outer space. Jocko, what's wrong with you? In Cage's control room, Kakashi saw Zhou Jie walk in with a face full of anger. He could even feel the killing intent coming from Zhou Jie, so he couldn't help but ask. Zhou Jie was silent for a moment. In the end, he still told Kakashi about Sulfuri looking for him. When Kakashi heard about Jocko and Ron, he was so scared that his little face turned pale. When he reacted, he immediately said to Zhou Jie, Jocko, don't be impulsive. Sulfuri is so powerful. You're still not his match and you can't save anyone. You can't exchange yourself for him. Jocko, don't do anything stupid. I know. In response to Kakashi's words, Zhou Jie replied expressionlessly, and then fell into a period of silence. After a long period of silence, Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I've decided to save my master and President Ron, but I need your help. When Kakashi suddenly heard Zhou Jie say this, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He said in surprise, Jocko, you want to save them? But how do you save them? I have my ways. Listen to me first. So, Zhou Jie told Kakashi his idea. While asking for his cooperation, he also wanted him to judge its feasibility. After Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's idea, he thought for a moment and said to Zhou Jie, Jocko, I have no problem, but are you sure you can escape from Sulfuri? If you fail, it won't be a joke. In response to Kakashi's question, Zhou Jie's gaze was firm. He only said, Nothing is absolute. If you're sure, then do it. Chapter 286. Hearing this, Kakashi knew he couldn't dissuade Zhou Jie, so he asked, Then, Jocko, are you confident you can break through to fifth-layer domain? It turned out that Zhou Jie's rescue plan didn't consider the help of anyone other than himself and Kakashi. Zhou Jie planned to rely on himself to attract Sulfuri's attention, then let Kakashi rescue Xiaohong. Putting aside the other factors that needed to be considered, the most important thing was that Zhou Jie had to be able to escape from Sulfuri's clutches. This was the most difficult part of the entire rescue plan, but also a necessary condition for a simple, crude, and effective method. As mentioned before, Zhou Jie relied on the divine escape technique to escape from Sulfuri's clutches. At the very least, he had to have the strength of a fifth-layer domain lord. Otherwise, if the difference in strength was too great, his speed would be severely suppressed by domains and the like, and he wouldn't be able to utilize his speed advantage. Therefore, before Zhou Jie carried out the rescue plan, the first thing he had to do was break through to the fifth-layer domain lord realm. In response to Kakashi's question, Zhou Jie simply replied, 10 years. Within 10 years, I will strive to break through to the fifth-layer domain lord realm. Seeing Zhou Jie speak so firmly and seemingly very confidently, Kakashi couldn't help but feel astonished. However, in the end, he didn't say anything because he understood Zhou Jie too well. When there was something he had to do, no one could stop him. Moreover, he would definitely erupt with 200% of his willpower and attitude to accomplish it. And when Zhou Jie said, strive to break through to the 5th layer domain lord realm within 10 years, with his temperament, he naturally had quite a bit of confidence in this. If this was before he cultivated the divine list art and the soul technique desire extinguishing, Zhou Jie wouldn't have dared to say this. The reason was that he had to pass through the 14th floor of the supernatural tower in order to break through to the 5th layer domain lord realm within a few years. However, with his previous strength, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the 6 realms and pass through the 14th floor of the supernatural tower in 10 years. But now, Zhou Jie's will and soul had improved by quite a bit. It was the same as the foundation of the 6 paths reincarnation art. Now, his cultivation was much easier. It could even be said that Zhou Jie now had a glimmer of hope to cultivate to the 6th stage domain lord level within 100 years. But don't forget, this was under the condition that he had already built a foundation on the path of consciousness and soul for several decades. Moreover, even if he became a 6th stage domain lord within 100 years, it would still be impossible for him to kill Sulfuri by relying on the methods he had at that time. Zhou Jie would still have to cultivate the soul technique, desire obliteration, in order to guarantee that he would be able to kill Sulfuri. That would still take a very long time. In comparison, it was more practical for Zhou Jie to continue cultivating the divine arts and desire obliteration. However, it was unknown how long it would take to reach this cultivation goal. It could be long or short. It could be as short as a dozen years, or as long as a few hundred years. Kakashi, I will tell you the details of the plan first. Then, you will go and check out the situation first. When I come out, we will immediately start the rescue operation. When Zhou Jie thought of Zhuo Qiuhong's constant pain and the fact that part of his body had already lost its color due to the parasites, he hoped to rescue Zhuo Qiuhong and Ran in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he wanted to tell Zhou Jie everything first. After spending a dozen minutes to tell Zhou Jie everything, Zhou Jie immediately entered the 6 paths world. He really didn't want to waste even a second. Zhou Jie first recalled his own moves before he headed to the 14th level of the supernatural tower to experience the strength of his opponent again. As for the result, Zhou Jie was naturally defeated. There was no need to say anything else. After understanding the gap between them, Zhou Jie headed to the 6 paths tower to cultivate the Tao of Divine Martial and the Tao of Divine Body. These 2 Daos were the most fundamental Daos in actual combat. The other 4 Daos were either the foundation or the extension of the Tao of Divine Body. Among them, the will was the origin of the soul and the soul was the origin of the body. Thus, the Tao of Divine Might and the Tao of Divine Soul were the foundation of the Tao of Divine Body. The Tao of Divine Ji and the Tao of Divine Escape were the extension of the Tao of Divine Body. Between the Tao of Divine Body and Tao of Divine Martial, the former was the foundation of the latter. In the 4th year of the 6 Paths Tower, Zhou Jie achieved a breakthrough. Then, he challenged the 14th level of the Supernatural Tower and lost. In the 6th year of the 6 Paths Tower, Zhou Jie's star transformation reached the 6th transformation, a star moon transformation. Zhou Miaoti was shocked by this. Originally, the 6th transformation was the standard of the imperial emperors. Zhou Miaoti thought that the saint-level geniuses would be able to reach the 6th transformation in the Overlord realm. But who knew that Zhou Jie suddenly broke through the shackles of his body and reached the 6th transformation? After that, Zhou Jie challenged the 14th level of the Supernatural Tower and passed it with ease. After receiving the reward from the 14th level of the Supernatural Tower, Zhou Jie used the fastest speed he could muster and reached the 5th level of the Overlord realm in the 9th year. His strength was once again unstoppable. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Zhou Jie went to the Tao of Divine Escape for another half a year just to be safe. Then, he left the Six Paths realm and returned to the Kaji. Kakashi, how's the thing I asked you to do? Zhou asked when he saw Kakashi. I've got it all figured out. Jocko, don't worry about me. I've even hacked into the defense system of the Cloud Peak. When the time comes, I can use it. Kakashi replied excitedly. Zhou was also satisfied when he heard this. So, he said, then let's get started. You must be careful, Jocko. Kakashi was silent for a second before he said to Zhou. Hearing this, Zhou glanced at Kakashi. His gaze was very calm, and then he nodded. Don't worry, just focus on saving them. While Zhou was cultivating in the Six Paths realm, Kakashi had already sent the Kaji to the Star Sword continent and investigated the situation on the Cloud Peak. As an intelligent life form that did not even care about the 9 chapters of mechanical techniques, Kakashi's scouting ability was needless to say. Even Black Lien, who was guarding the Cloud Peak and Sulfuri's disguised main body, were clearly seen by Kakashi. Jocko, there's a person with a combat strength index of a level 6 Overlord domain up there. It should be Sulfuri. There's also a person with a combat strength index of a level 2 Overlord domain. With the things you gave me, Jocko, as long as we lure Sulfuri away, I can guarantee that we can save them. Kakashi promised Zhou before he left. He was quite proud of himself. However, this was his usual style, and Zhou had long memorized it. Therefore, he believed that Kakashi could save them. What was left was whether he could escape from Sulfuri's hands. Cloud Peak. Kakashi came to the Cloud Peak Plaza using the tourist identity that he had prepared earlier. He silently calculated the development of the various situations and reenacted the countermeasures. No problem. We'll just wait for Jocko to make his move. Kakashi had absolute confidence in his calculation ability. After confirming that there were no mistakes in his deduction, he looked up at the sky not far away. He knew that Zhou was about to make his move. At some point, a gap appeared in the invisible shield above the Cloud Peak, and Zhou descended beside Zhuqiuhong like a bolt of lightning. Sulfuri naturally sensed the movement at the first moment. He hurriedly flashed out from the nearby base, and his figure became 10,000 meters long. At this moment, Sulfuri was wild with joy because he was sure of Zhou aura. The target he had been waiting for so long had finally appeared. Zhou! Sulfuri roared and reached out to grab Zhou, his palm covering the sky. Zhou didn't make a move to save Zhuqiuhong. In fact, he pretended to be a beat slower and had a shocked expression, as if he couldn't save him in time. He hurriedly flew to the side. When Sulfuri saw that Zhou speed had suddenly skyrocketed, yet he chose to flee, his mind turned at lightning speed. Although he had considered many things, all other thoughts couldn't compete with his desire to capture Zhou. Therefore, Sulfuri hurriedly chased after him. He stepped into the clouds with a single step. His speed was so fast that it didn't match his size at all. Zhou fled at high speed. Compared to Sulfuri's speed, he was obviously slower. In just a breath's time, Sulfuri had caught up to him by 2,000 meters, and it seemed that he would be caught in another 2 or 3 breaths. Faced with such a situation, Sulfuri naturally disdained to use the beast trapping record to seal him. But who would have thought that when it was less than 1,000 meters away from Zhou's body would suddenly turn into a blur of lightning, and his entire body would scatter into hundreds of purple lightning shadows, flying into the sky and burrowing into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had left Sulfuri behind by 1,000 meters. What? When faced with this, Sulfuri was shocked to the point its eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It had truly never heard of such terrifying speed and means of escape. Damn it, he was hiding his strength just now. At this time, Sulfuri also realized that Zhou had let it chase after him with a purpose. But at this time, it didn't have time to think about anything else. Besides, there was nothing more important than capturing Zhou Jie right now. Therefore, Sulfuri angrily attacked and used the beast trapping record, intending to use it to seal all of Zhou Jie's phantoms. At the same time, Kakashi had already made his move to save Zhuohong and Ran. After Zhou Jie and Sulfuri disappeared into the horizon, Kakashi immediately activated the electronic virus he had buried in the systems of the various bases at the top of Cloud Peak. Soon, the defense and monitoring systems of the bases malfunctioned, and the weapon systems automatically activated, shooting randomly into the sky. Sealing stone. Then, Kakashi ran to the center of the square and threw out the sealing stone Zhou Jie had given him. The general and the other 5 immediately appeared. Having known the plan, they immediately took action and saved Zhuohong and Ran. But it was also at this time that Heilian, who was stationed at the top of Cloud Peak, flew into the sky and saw Kakashi in the square and the general and the other 5 rescuing Zhuohong and Ran. Heilian scanned with his perception and found that Kakashi's group of 7 was a little strange. He couldn't accurately sense their cultivation, but judging from their energy fluctuations, they didn't pose a threat to him at all. But when he thought of how terrifying Sulfuri was, Heilian still chose to immediately stop Kakashi's group. "If you want to save them, then stay," Heilian shouted loudly. With a point of his finger, dozens of chains flickering with a dark light shot toward Kakashi's group of 7, soundlessly cutting the air along the way. If it were under normal circumstances, Kakashi's group of 7 naturally wouldn't be able to resist Heilian. But since Kakashi already knew of Heilian's existence, Zhou Jie naturally gave him a way to deal with it. Chapter 287. Facing Heilian, who was descending from the sky, Kakashi raised his hand toward the sky, and a golden light lit up from his wrist. The 6 Meridians bracelet had been activated. 6 terrifying sword rainbows shot toward the sky at an unparalleled speed. Heilian's chain attack was wiped out by the sword rainbows, while the sword rainbows were not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, they passed through Heilian's body and exploded in the air. After killing a second stage domain lord on the spot, the 6 swords transformed from the 6 Meridians bracelet flew back and connected with each other along the way. They quickly shrank and finally turned back into bracelets, wrapping themselves around Kakashi's raised wrist. "That's it? Small fry." Kakashi used the sword rainbows set up by Zhou Jie to instantly kill Heilian, not forgetting to taunt him smugly. Then, he activated the jet aircraft at his feet and chased after the general and the others as they fled the scene. The pitiful Heilian's corpse was only left with some charred powder, slowly falling from the sky. On the other side, Sulfuri activated the beast trapping record, wanting to seal all of Zhou Jie's illusions. Boom! The yellow light that represented the sealing power shrouded all of Zhou Jie's illusions, and their speed decreased by 30 to 40%. Sulfuri couldn't help but feel proud when he saw this. Let's see how you escape now." Unfortunately, as soon as Sulfuri finished speaking, all of Zhou Jie's illusions actually split into 2, doubling the number of illusions, and his speed suddenly soared again. In the blink of an eye, he was almost at the same speed as a few seconds ago. "That's impossible!" Sulfuri's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. It was obvious that Zhou Jie's terrifying speed and escape technique had shocked him greatly. And Zhou Jie, who had just been suppressed by the beast trapping record's power, increased his speed again in just 1 or 2 seconds. This was precisely the time to display the essence of the escape technique 3000 lightning haste. To judge the exquisiteness of the 3000 lightning haste or its level of attainment, it depended on the number of illusions the user could create. Back then, Zhou Jie had used the 3000 lightning haste during his battle with Saga. At that time, he could only create a few hundred illusions, but now, he could create over 1,000 illusions. However, the number of illusory bodies could only reflect the practitioner's proficiency in the 3,000 thunders and his ability foundation. In order to really exert the 3,000 thunders to the extreme, one had to master its essence, which was the ability that Zhou Jie had just broken free from the sealing power of the Trap Beast record. And when this essence was understood to the extreme, the 3,000 thunders would also reach the extreme, and the practitioner would naturally understand its ultimate meaning, the 3,000 thunders illusory body. Seeing that Zhou Jie was still pulling away from it, Sulfuri was furious and anxious. It also sped up desperately, trying to catch up with Zhou Jie. But after Sulfuri increased its speed to the extreme, although it began to pull away from Zhou Jie, there were already many illusions of Zhou Jie that were more than 30,000 meters away from Sulfuri. No matter how fast Sulfuri was, it could only chase in one general direction. As for the illusions in other directions, it couldn't do anything at all. And God knew which of these illusions was Zhou Jie's real body. In any case, Sulfuri had no idea at all. It was just blindly chasing after him out of anger. Ah ah ah! A few seconds later, Sulfuri could no longer sense part of Zhou Jie's illusions. This made it so shocked and angry that it was on the verge of going berserk. After roaring, Sulfuri's speed suddenly slowed down. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and a powerful wave of supernatural energy was transmitted from it. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge black hole with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. An extremely terrifying suction force burst out from the black hole, engulfing the front and the two sides. Safiuli was truly enraged at this moment, which was why he used the devouring technique. This technique was a forbidden technique of the Void Devourers, and also their trump card. No Void Devourer would use it unless it was absolutely necessary, because the devouring power of this forbidden technique came entirely from the laws of the universe. The black hole it produced was similar to a real black hole, and was not under the control of the Void Devourer. Everything it absorbed would not be converted into energy or matter for the Void Devourer. Instead, it would consume a large amount of the Void Devourer's origin energy and matter. For the greedy Void Devourers, this was a move that did not make up for the losses. Normally, the Void Devourers would not be willing to use it. At this time, as soon as the black hole appeared, its suction force instantly destroyed everything in its path. Even the air was completely devoured. Large-scale cracks appeared on the ground 10,000 meters away. Countless people and objects were gradually attacked and devoured by the black hole. Zhou Jie could be said to be the first to bear the brunt. A large number of illusions more than 10,000 meters away from the black hole were quickly destroyed. Those further away also began to slow down and were destroyed one after another. In the end, only Zhou Jie's real body was left. He was already more than 40,000 meters away from Sulfuri. Obviously, he was also affected by the suction force of the black hole, and his speed had dropped to a very low level. However, Zhou Jie's body kept flashing with electric light as he forcibly fled to the side of the black hole, where the suction force was weaker. Before long, he began to accelerate again and completely escaped. Sulfuri vaguely sensed the direction in which Zhou Jie's real body fled, but it did not give chase because it could not catch up at all. It used the forbidden technique purely to go all out and treat a dead horse as a living horse. If Zhou Jie's real body was in front of the black hole, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be devoured by the black hole. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie's real body was on the side and too far away, which allowed Zhou Jie to luckily escape. Damn it, Zhou Jie! Failing to catch Zhou Jie, Sulfuri's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to come out of the water. It was so gloomy that it did not have the mind to remove the forbidden technique it had used. Instead, it turned around and returned to the top of the sky cloud. Although the black hole, was not under Sulfuri's control after it was formed, Sulfuri still had a way to make it self-destruct quickly. Under normal circumstances, the black hole would exist for quite some time, enough to cause a large portion of the star-sword continent to plunge into misery and suffering. Returning to the vicinity of the top of the skycloud, Sulfuri stood on the clouds and looked down at the empty central square. Zhuoqiuhong and Ran had already disappeared. It could not help but gnash its teeth in anger. This feeling was truly a classic case of losing the wife and losing the army. After being furious for a long time, Sulfuri gradually calmed down. It still stood on the clouds and narrowed its eyes slightly. Suddenly, it coldly muttered to itself, "Well done, Zhuojie. I didn't expect that in this wanton star region, the most troublesome person for this king is you. However, this king likes challenges. You won't be jumping around for long." Before it finished speaking, Sulfuri's massive body had already disappeared from where it was on the other side. Zhuojie escaped to the periphery of the central area of the star-sword continent in one breath. In outer space above the predetermined location, the Kakashi had been waiting for a long time. Inside, when Kakashi saw Zhuojie appear through the screen, he opened the hatch of the spaceship, and Zhuojie flew straight in. Kakashi. The moment Zhuojie entered the control room of the Kakashi, he subconsciously exclaimed in excitement. However, when he saw Kakashi and Zhuoqiuhong beside him, Ran had already reconstructed his body. His slightly tensed heart calmed down, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Zhuojie. When Zhuoqiuhong saw Zhuojie, he could not help but sigh with emotion. He was excited that he could be rescued and that Zhuojie was fine. He was emotional that as his disciple, Zhuojie was becoming more and more unfathomable. Zhuoqiuhong felt that Zhuojie's strength had improved too quickly, and it was something he had never seen or heard of before. "Master Dinran, are you all right?" After Zhuojie calmed down, he walked up and asked Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran. In response, Zhuoqiuhong and Ran both shook their heads and said, "We're fine." Then, Zhuoqiuhong was afraid that Zhuojie would be worried again, so he continued, "The seal on our bodies has just been removed by this friend named Kakashi. Without the seal, we can all recover on our own. The parasites in my body are not a big problem. At worst, it will just take a little longer." When Zhuojie heard this, he was relieved about Ran. However, Zhuoqiuhong still had Sulfuri's parasites in his body, and Zhuojie was not at ease about this. He was afraid that the parasites would continue to cause harm to Zhuoqiuhong, so he immediately said to Zhuoqiuhong, "Master, let me take a look at the parasites in your body and see if I can quickly remove them." In response, Zhuoqiuhong could not refuse, so he accepted Zhuojie's help. A few minutes later, Zhuojie successfully circulated the energy of the Tao of formations and completely eliminated the parasites in Zhuoqiuhong's body. Zhuoqiuhong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration in response to this. "I never expected that your attainments in formations have already reached such a high level, Zhuojie. If I were to eliminate these parasites myself, then I wouldn't be able to do it as quickly as you even if I recovered my strength." Zhuojie wasn't surprised that Zhuoqiuhong was able to sense the method he used to eliminate the parasite. He immediately smiled and spoke modestly, and then he started to ask Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran about Sulfuri. Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran had been captured by Sulfuri, so it was equivalent to entering the enemy's territory. Zhuojie presumably knew more about Sulfuri than the two of them, so he asked. Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran naturally told Zhuojie everything they knew, and they asked Zhuojie what his plans were. Zhuojie couldn't help but chuckle in response to this. He really didn't have any plans. After all, even if he joined forces with Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran, they wouldn't be able to deal with Sulfuri in the slightest. The only thing they could do now was to live well and plan for the long term. Thus, Zhuojie told Zhuoqiuhong and Dinran of his thoughts, and it allowed them to temporarily be at ease. He would naturally have a way to deal with Sulfuri in the future. Zhou Jie's method was actually to wait until he had the confidence to kill Sulfuri, and then he would fight Sulfuri to the death. On the first floor of the Sword Head Palace, Sulfuri sat high up on the newly constructed throne, and he looked down at Saga as he escorted a woman in. "Master, I've brought Yumei Qianxue here. Besides that, Qin Feng has been captured as well. He's on the way and will arrive in around 10 days. Saga pressed Yumei Qianxue to the ground, and then he bowed and reported to Sulfuri. Sulfuri let out a low grunt when he heard this report, and then he gazed at Yumei Qianxue. Yumei Qianxue, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't raise her head, but she still felt an extremely strong pressure pressing down on her entire body, causing her to be unable to breathe. The exam would begin tomorrow, and the 3 days were rather tight. Chapter 288. Yumei Qianxue's hands were electronically cuffed behind her back and her legs were also shackled, but she didn't feel humiliated because of this. Her eyes were calm, and even though she was being oppressed by Sulfuri, her expression only changed slightly before returning to indifference. After being stared at by Sulfuri for 2 seconds, Yumei Qianxue slowly raised her head and met Sulfuri's gaze. Sulfuri was about to speak when Yumei Qianxue beat him to it. "You want to use me to threaten Lord Zhou Jie? That's impossible. I'm just a nobody who met Lord Zhou Jie once. If you want to kill me, do as you please." Hearing Yumei Qianxue's cold words, Sulfuri's anger, which had been extinguished many times because of Zhou Jie, couldn't help but slightly rise again. Sulfuri's eyes turned cold as he fiercely said, "Good girl, you're quite stubborn. But you're really just a nobody. This king didn't expect you to make Zhou Jie save you. You're just a foil. It's just that this king can't wait any longer, so I'll let this foil go first so that this king can vent his anger." Then, Sulfuri waved his hand and a dark red object flew out. It shot into Yumei Qianxue's abdomen like lightning and directly broke into her abdomen. Ugh! Yumei Qianxue immediately fell to the ground in pain. She felt something in her abdomen was absorbing her blood and gradually fusing with her flesh and blood. "Saga, strip her and put her on top of the clouds. Then you know what to do." At this moment, Sulfuri coldly said. "Yes, this subordinate understands." Saga immediately complied and left with Yumei Qianxue. Looking at Saga's gradually fading back, Sulfuri's eyes narrowed into slits. After a long time, it couldn't help but proudly mutter to itself, "Humph, Zhou Jie, I think you'll definitely come again. Let's see how you'll escape next time." At the edge of the wantonly sea star region, on a desolate planet in the gathered sea star region, a golden radiance suddenly soared. These golden radiances wantonly swept through and actually expanded to a radius of several 100,000 miles above the planet as if there was no end to them. Very soon, the golden brilliance stabilized and started to roll back. At the same time, it also gathered the cosmic energy within hundreds of thousands of kilometers to the origin. From afar, it looked as if a golden flower had suddenly bloomed on a barren planet, covering the entire surface of the planet. Then, the flower closed into a golden bud, becoming smaller and smaller until it became a dot that lasted for several months before disappearing. Not long after the golden light disappeared, a red-haired man in a red robe flew up from the barren planet. After reaching a certain height, the man said to himself with a face full of joy, I finally broke through. I really didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." After saying this, the red-haired man looked around the universe excitedly. After thinking for a while, he said to himself, "From now on, I should also be called Emperor Golden Flame. My legend will also exist in the wanton sea star zone in the future." After the red-haired man Emperor Golden Flame finished talking to himself, he chose a direction, took out his old ship and entered it, and headed towards the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation. After Zhou Jie saved Zhuqiu Hong and Zhuqiu, he arranged for them to stay in a room on the Kaji ship. He stayed in the control room and basically spent most of his time training. However, not long after, the news of Yu Mei Qianxue being imprisoned on the heavenly cloud peak reached Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be furious. He never would have thought that Sulfuri would use Yu Mei Qianxue as a hostage to threaten him. After all, he didn't have much of a relationship with Yu Mei Qianxue, and very few people knew about it. However, Yu Mei Qianxue was related to Zhou Jie, and she was a woman. Her imprisonment on the heavenly cloud peak was all because of him. Zhou Jie still found it hard to accept, and he couldn't calm himself down easily. Luo Feng and the others also found out that Zhuqiu Hong and Zhuqiu Hong had been saved by Zhou Jie not long ago. However, Luo Feng had just been happy for a while. When he found out about Yu Mei Qianxue, he immediately contacted Zhou Jie, telling him to calm down and not to save people again. Zhou Jie naturally understood Luo Feng's difficulties. He knew that Luo Feng understood him, and knew that although Yu Mei Qianxue didn't have much of a relationship with him, he definitely couldn't just stand by and watch her be humiliated to death. Therefore, Zhou Jie responded to Luo Feng, telling him that he wouldn't be impulsive. He also told Luo Feng that he would immediately go into seclusion for a while, and that he wouldn't care about worldly affairs. When he came out, perhaps he would have a way to deal with Sulfuri. After ending the call with Luo Feng, Zhou Jie's heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. When he thought about how Yu Mei Qianxue had been implicated because of him, he couldn't help but want to kill in front of Sulfuri, beat him up and then save people. However, Zhou Jie knew that this wasn't realistic. Other than enduring and training to become stronger, there was no other way. If he took the risk to save people again, he definitely wouldn't be as lucky as last time. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to save others, and would lose his own life. That would be exactly what Sulfuri wanted. In the end, Zhou Jie thought about it for a long time, and reluctantly chose to enter the Six Realms and continue his training. On the other side, Emperor Golden Flame was on his way to the Sky Sea Cosmic Nation. He also connected to the Universe Network to take a look. He wanted to know what had happened in the unrestrained sea starfield during the few thousand years he had been living like a savage. Naturally, Emperor Golden Flame found out about some of the things that Sulfuri had been doing recently. This made him extremely shocked. What's going on? Star Sword Alliance leader Zhuqiu Hong? Secret Area Academy Dean Fadiran? How could they? Through the Universe Network, Emperor Golden Flame only knew of Sulfuri's existence. However, he didn't know that Sulfuri had now become a tyrant in the unrestrained sea starfield. He was extremely shocked. Star Sword Continent Heavenly Cloud Peak. After Emperor Golden Flame confirmed where Sulfuri was, he immediately made up his mind to go take a look. I want to see who dares to be so impudent. One day, Sword Head Palace's second floor, Sulfuri was still leisurely drinking his wine. At the same time, he closed his eyes and shook his head, thinking about something. At some point, Sulfuri suddenly seemed to have realized something. He abruptly sat up and said with surprise, Who would have thought that using the forbidden technique last time was actually a blessing in disguise? I feel like I'm even closer to the Emperor level. Perhaps if I take a huge supplement, I'll have a chance to break through. Sulfuri excitedly muttered to himself. He couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, he called Sagar over and asked him to prepare a batch of heart blood of virgin boys and girls. The amount needed was 10 times more than the usual amount. He also had to collect it within a year. Sagar accepted the order and left. Sulfuri happily walked around the palace, sometimes raising his wine cup high, sometimes laughing out loud. But coincidentally, just as Sulfuri was about to sit down, his expression suddenly became sluggish. In the Sword Head Palace's second floor, a red-robed man appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, a burning aura pervaded the entire place. It made Sulfuri's heart feel cold. "Who are you?" Sulfuri did his best to suppress the fear in his heart and asked the other party. When Emperor Golden Flame heard this, he sized up Sulfuri with a puzzled expression and said, "A space creature? You're not even an emperor, yet you dare to attack the Stars-Word continent. You're really bold to act so recklessly." When Sulfuri heard Emperor Golden Flame's words, the last bit of hope in his heart was shattered. His heart fell from a high point to an ice-cold valley. He seemed to have smelled the scent of death. "Emperor, how could it be an emperor? How could they have returned so quickly? This is impossible." At this moment, Sulfuri's heart was roaring with uneasiness and terror. It truly couldn't believe that a second ago, it was still extremely excited because it was about to break through, and in the next second, it saw an Imperial Monarch expert come to suppress it. "Impossible, this is impossible. You're an Emperor-level powerhouse hidden in the unfettered Seas Star Zone?" Sulfuri was unwilling to accept this and couldn't help but ask. In response, Emperor Golden Flame coldly replied, "I'm not an emperor, but I just broke through not long ago. I learned that a monster like you was running amok here, so I specially came to eliminate you. Do you have anything to say?" When Sulfuri heard Emperor Golden Flame's words, he couldn't help but think, so it's not an emperor-level powerhouse from outside the realm, but one who just broke through. This king is too unlucky. I actually encountered a suzerain breaking through to the emperor level. It was no wonder Sulfuri felt that he was unlucky. After all, just think about it, the unfettered Seas Star Zone would only produce one emperor-level powerhouse every 10,000 years or so. Sulfuri had only been in the unfettered Seas Star Zone for less than 200 years, and he just so happened to encounter an emperor-level powerhouse who had just broken through. This probability was simply comparable to Mars colliding with Earth. After thinking quickly, Sulfuri looked at Emperor Golden Flame and actually knelt on the ground with a plop. He begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, I have a treasure that can allow human emperor-level cultivators to further their cultivation. I offer it as an offering. I beg your Majesty to show mercy and spare my life." Sulfuri suddenly did this not because he was stupid enough to think that the Emperor would let him go if he begged for mercy like this. However, if Emperor Golden Flame was tempted by the treasure he offered, then he could live a little longer and have a chance to play tricks and escape. Otherwise, if he fought now, then he naturally wouldn't be a match for an Emperor-level powerhouse. He was practically dead for sure. Unfortunately, Emperor Golden Flame didn't take Sulfuri's words to heart at all. His eyes turned cold as he said, "If you have nothing to say, then that means you've admitted your guilt. Then die, evil creature." Sulfuri couldn't help but curse Emperor Golden Flame's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart when he heard Emperor Golden Flame's change in attitude so quickly. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to exert force on his feet. His entire body smashed through a side wall of the Sword Head Palace like a cannonball and fled outside. When Emperor Golden Flame saw this, he said unhurriedly, "Want to escape? Not a chance." Then he flashed and chased after him. Chapter 289. As soon as he exited the Sword Head Palace, he revealed his true form. In this state, he was at his peak in all aspects. Boom! Like a huge mountain or a meteor flying into the sky, Sulfuri fled toward the sky above the Star Sword continent with a terrifying momentum, shocking everyone. Emperor Golden Flame turned into a line of golden light and chased after Sulfuri in a flash. He kept closing the distance between him and Sulfuri. It seemed that he would catch up in less than 5 seconds. Sagar and the others in the Star Sword Palace were alarmed. They all came out to check the situation. Sagar was meditating not far from the Sword Head Palace. When he sensed the fluctuation, He looked up and saw Sulfuri transforming into his true form and flying toward the sky. Behind him was a golden light. Huh! What happened? Master is running away? Saga reacted and couldn't help but be shocked. He thought, how is this possible? Sulfuri is now an existence that dominates the entire star field. Unless an emperor appears, no one can pose a threat to him. Wait, could it be that golden light is Emperor Golden Flame? After 2 seconds, Sagar couldn't help but mutter such a conjecture. After saying it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Sulfuri used all his strength to break through the resistance and escape. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. But after a few seconds, Sulfuri was so anxious that he felt like his head was about to explode. He sensed Emperor Golden Flame's aura less than 500 meters behind him. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. I can't escape. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? When Sulfuri thought about how he was almost certain to break through, Emperor Golden Flame just had to come at this time. He was almost certain that he would die. He felt anxious and impatient. He really didn't want to accept this. Compared to Sulfuri, who was about to collapse, Emperor Golden Flame didn't even care about chasing Sulfuri. He only treated it as a game of cat and mouse. He didn't mind playing for a while, so he wasn't in a hurry to chase after Sulfuri. Even so, Monarch Golden Flame's speed was still too fast for Sulfuri. It was to the extent that he would catch up to Sulfuri in the next second. At this moment, Sulfuri had no other choice but to turn around and attack. No matter what, it had to give it a try. Just like last time, didn't it escape from an Imperial Monarch? I'll do it. Thus, Sulfuri abruptly turned around and punched out with a terrifyingly powerful fist. His target was none other than Emperor Golden Flame. Although Monarch Golden Flame's body was less than 1,000th the size of Sulfuri's fist, he chose to meet it with a single finger. One finger. Following the finger technique, an unimaginable amount of spatial energy was compressed at the tip of this finger, finally colliding with Sulfuri's fist. Rumble! Even though the point of collision between the two of them was close to outer space, where the atmosphere was as thin as a light mist, the collision still produced an enormous sound that almost penetrated the 9 heavens, piercing through the entire atmosphere. After the attack, Sulfuri fled in a sorry state. He was so shocked that he wanted to curse but couldn't utter a single word. It turned out that in this collision with Monarch Golden Flame, Sulfuri's entire arm, that was over 5,000 meters long and nearly 1,000 meters thick, was instantly shattered. Following that, it was turned into nothingness by the power of space and fire. If it hadn't escaped quickly enough, it might have been even more seriously injured. Monarch! Damn it, even an Imperial Monarch who just broke through is so strong. There's no way I can resist at all. If I fight it head-on, I'll only die faster. Realizing this, Sulfuri no longer dared to clash with Monarch Golden Flame. It continued to flee madly toward outer space. It wouldn't be long before it reached outer space, and its speed would undergo a qualitative leap. On the other side, Imperial Monarch Golden Flame couldn't help but be slightly shocked after he collided with Sulfuri. Because Sulfuri's terrifying strength had exceeded his expectations. Only now did he understand why figures like Zhuohong and Ran had been captured by it. However, with the Monarch Law, Monarch Golden Flame was absolutely confident that he could beat all Lord-level masters. Therefore, he still didn't take Sulfuri seriously. Right now, he just felt that the game had become more interesting. Let this monarch see what other treasures this monster has. With this thought, Monarch Golden Flame calmed the aftermath in front of him and once again chased after Sulfuri at lightning speed. Soon, Sulfuri approached the vacuum of space, and its speed began to increase rapidly. This made it so excited that its heart soared. Although it knew that it was impossible, in its despair, It could only hope that its innate ability to escape through the void would allow it to escape from Monarch Golden Flame's pursuit. Monarch Golden Flame followed closely behind Sulfuri. When he noticed that Sulfuri's speed began to increase abruptly and that its body and the space in the universe began to fluctuate strangely, he was slightly surprised. A secret technique? Or a racial innate ability? Although he was puzzled, Monarch Golden Flame wasn't nervous at all. Seeing that Sulfuri's speed was increasing, he didn't rush to use the law to suppress it. Instead, he used the law to increase his own speed and continue to chase after Sulfuri. Sulfuri's escape speed was increasing. Monarch Golden Flame used the law to support himself, but he soon couldn't catch up. Shocked, he had no choice but to use the law to suppress Sulfuri. Sulfuri was very excited when it sensed that it was pulling away from Monarch Golden Flame. However, this happiness didn't last for more than 2 seconds before it felt an invisible force pulling at it. This greatly affected the resonance between its innate ability and the law of the universe, causing its speed to drop sharply. Soon, it was maintained at a constant speed that it couldn't increase anymore. "You're only using the law to suppress me now? You're toying with me." Sulfuri was shocked and angry, but there was nothing it could do. As soon as its speed dropped, Monarch Golden Flame began to catch up again. However, Monarch Golden Flame's approach wasn't the most frightening thing for Sulfuri. The most frightening thing was that Monarch Golden Flame had begun to attack. From 10,000 meters away, Monarch Golden Flame struck out with his palm. A golden beam of energy streaked across the pitch-black universe and landed on Sulfuri in the blink of an eye. This golden energy directly ignored Sulfuri's palm and directly tore apart an area of Sulfuri's body. It entered Sulfuri's body and quickly exploded a second time inside, producing scarlet gold energy flames that madly burned Sulfuri's insides. Sulfuri grimaced in pain. After using the energy in its body to forcibly extinguish the golden flames, it discovered to its horror that its body had lost nearly 10% of its composition. This was basically caused by Monarch Golden Flame's 2 attack. In other words, if Monarch Golden Flame attacked it less than 20 times, it, King Sulfuri, would completely die. No, no, no. This king doesn't want to die. I don't want to die. Sulfuri once again roared in its heart. At the same time, it rapidly thought of all possible ways to escape. Monarch Golden Flame launched another attack. It was also a golden beam of energy. It wasn't much different from the previous attack, and in Sulfuri's eyes, it wasn't very exquisite. However, under the power of the Monarch's law, Sulfuri couldn't block it at all. It could only suffer injuries and endure. It couldn't block. This made Sulfuri frantic. At the same time, it decided to risk everything to make this final gamble. "It's up to you, baby. Beast trapping record, go." With no other choice, Sulfuri finally took out the Monarch's magic treasure, Beast trapping record, and activated several powerful creatures sealed within. As it turned out, the reason why Sulfuri was so happy to obtain the beast trapping record and felt that this treasure was very suitable for him was because the beast trapping record's main function was to seal and suppress, especially when it came to subduing cosmic creatures. As a result, the beast trapping record had an additional way to defend against enemies, and that was to control the subdued cosmic creatures to fight for him to a certain extent. However, this wasn't the main point for Sulfuri. The main point was that most of these cosmic creatures were very powerful, and there were even monarch-level existences among them. However, Sulfuri was currently unable to unseal and control them. For a void devourer like Sulfuri, they could strengthen themselves by devouring powerful cosmic creatures. Previously, Sulfuri hadn't devoured the cosmic creatures in the beast trapping record. At first, the reason was that he wasn't strong enough. Back then, his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, and he wasn't strong enough to devour cosmic creatures. Later on, when Sulfuri took back the beast trapping record from Tianshui, he didn't need to devour the cosmic creatures because he had enough resources to devour, especially after Sulfuri's devouring reached a bottleneck. Only by completing the transformation of the devouring structure in his body could he devour wantonly again and break through to monarch level, achieving the legendary title of Void Devourer. Gluttony. Not long ago, Sulfuri actually had an epiphany and was confident of breaking through, so he had Sagar prepare a large amount of hearts and blood of young boys and girls. Then, he would devour some of the cosmic creatures in the beast trapping record to achieve his goal of breaking through to monarch level. But who would have thought that just as Sulfuri was about to break through, Emperor Golden Flame came for him. This was also the fundamental reason why he was so angry from the start of his escape. At this moment, Sulfuri had no other choice. In order to fight against Emperor Golden Flame as much as possible and live for even a second longer, Sulfuri gave up on a large resource to help him break through to monarch level. Instead, he mobilized all the peak lord level cosmic creatures in the beast trapping record, hoping that these cosmic creatures would obstruct Emperor Golden Flame. That way, he would have a greater chance of escaping. Thus, in an instant, one after another huge and strange cosmic creature after another appeared behind Sulfuri, a six-legged and six-winged strange bird, a three-headed and six-armed ape, a four-legged snake monster with a turtle shell. Chapter 290. Monarch Golden Flame was taken aback by the appearance of so many strange beasts and their ferocity. However, he didn't have much time to think. Faced with the attacks of several strange beasts, Monarch Golden Flame wisely chose to dodge and continue his pursuit. Although Monarch Golden Flame had the ability to easily take care of these strange beasts, it would still take him some time. Moreover, with Sulfuri's speed in the void, if he didn't suppress it and pursue it closely, it would be able to escape in 1 or 2 breaths. Monarch Golden Flame was no fool. He naturally wouldn't waste too much time dealing with strange beasts that were blocking his path. But no matter what, Emperor Golden Flame had to slow down a bit because he had to dodge the attacks of so many strange beasts. This gave Sulfuri more time to escape. However, Sulfuri sensed that Emperor Golden Flame didn't care about the strange beast's attacks and was still chasing after him. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. This made him angry and fearful, but he finally made up his mind and decided to go all out. Emperor Golden Flame was a bit surprised. Sulfuri actually stopped running and released 2 more strange beasts from the beast trapping record. He controlled the 10 strange beasts he released to attack Emperor Golden Flame from both sides. At the same time, he activated the beast trapping record with all his might to seal Emperor Golden Flame. Oh? Going all out? Emperor Golden Flame saw this and slowed down. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he felt the sealing power of the beast trapping record. An Emperor-level treasure? Unfortunately, Emperor-level treasures are just toys in the hands of a suzerain. Emperor Golden Flame almost completely ignored the sealing power of the beast trapping record. The golden flames on his body negated the yellow light that represented the sealing power. At the same time, he attacked at lightning speed and sent the 2 strange beasts in front of him rolling back. Their bodies were burned by the golden flames. Sulfuri's eyes couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. It had to be said that the power of an Emperor-level master was too terrifying for a suzerain. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even so, Sulfuri wasn't so scared that he didn't know what to do. He still tried his best to control the beast trapping record and released the remaining 5 Lord-tier exotic beasts. He commanded them to surround and kill Emperor Golden Flames, while he rushed to the side of an exotic beast that Emperor Golden Flames had beaten back. Sulfuri rushed to the exotic beast's side, grabbed its long neck with both hands, and then opened its mouth and bit down. This alien beast bitten by Safili was a 4-legged, snake-bodied cosmic creature covered in scales. It was bitten and swallowed by Safuli, and it couldn't help but struggle madly. It turned its snake head and bit at Safuli's ear. However, before the snake head could even touch Safuli, it was directly pulled out of its body by Safuli. It was swung and stuffed into its mouth. On the other side, Emperor Golden Flames easily beat back the 5 exotic beasts attacking him. He was also shocked when he saw Sulfuri tear apart an exotic beast with his bare hands and crazily eat it. He was also a little confused. However, as the saying went, when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. In Emperor Golden Flame's eyes, Sulfuri was no match for him. Instead of running for his life, Sulfuri was eating his teammates that were blocking him. This was completely illogical. Therefore, as long as Sulfuri hadn't gone crazy, there must be something fishy going on. Therefore, Emperor Golden Flames abandoned the dozen or so exotic beasts that were besieging him and went straight for Sulfuri. As the saying went, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Right now, Emperor Golden Flames was no longer in the mood for games. He really wanted to kill Sulfuri. Sulfuri sensed that Emperor Golden Flames was charging at him. Although he was frightened, there was nothing he could do. He could only choose to retreat while facing the attack. Emperor Golden Flames continuously attacked Sulfuri with his palms. One golden palm print after another shook the void. It was like a series of eruptions of dazzling light. Its power was shocking. As Sulfuri dodged to the side, he waved the exotic beast corpse that he had devoured to block Emperor Golden Flame's attacks. He was beaten into a sorry state in the void. The exotic beast corpse was directly shattered into countless pieces. Emperor Golden Flames rushed forward and wanted to follow up with another attack. However, Sulfuri controlled the beast trap record to descend above Emperor Golden Flame's head and suppressed him with all his strength. Emperor Golden Flames instantly felt the pressure increase sharply. He was secretly shocked by the power of an Emperor weapon. While he was shocked, he struck out with his palm and blasted the beast trap record away. The sealing power of the record was completely gone. However, Sulfuri didn't care about the beast trap record at all. Instead, he was completely focused on his goal. At the same time, he had already pounced on another exotic beast, killed it in the blink of an eye, and devoured it with all his might. Emperor Golden Flames frowned at this scene. Although he didn't know why Sulfuri was doing this, he knew that he had to stop him as soon as possible. As a result, Emperor Golden Flame attacked furiously this time. Along the way, he actually knocked over 2 exotic beasts that were besieging him. His entire body turned into a thick golden streak of light as he shot towards Safuli. His attack was several times more powerful than before. Sulfuri was still helpless against Emperor Golden Flame's attack that was practically a killing move. Left with no other choice, it madly swung the exotic beast corpse to meet the attack. The void trembled. Energy particles radiated in all directions like an exploding planet, sweeping in all directions. In front of Emperor Golden Flame's terrifying attack, all of Sulfuri's resistance seemed so weak and laughable. In the blink of an eye, the exotic beast corpse exploded like firework. Emperor Golden Flames turned into a golden rainbow and pierced through Sulfuri's chest, creating a huge hole that was several hundred meters in diameter. Golden flames could be seen burning around the wound, continuing to destroy Sulfuri's body. Boom! Sulfuri roared, but because there was no air in the universe, it could only transmit sound through the void particles. This caused Sulfuri's roar to sound like a rumbling earthquake. Emperor Golden Flames continued to attack. Sulfuri used all of its strength to resist, but all it could do was take damage. There was no defensive effect to speak of. Golden light kept exploding in the void, like a dazzling star erupting. The terrifying power it emitted was enough to completely destroy an ordinary planet with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Sulfuri was desperately holding on under Emperor Golden Flame's terrifying attack, relying on its incomparably strong body to hold on. But the result was that in just a few breaths of time, Sulfuri's enormous body was riddled with holes and mostly destroyed. Even its head was only a quarter of its original size. Moreover, the terrifying golden flames had already burned through Sulfuri's entire body. Sulfuri had completely lost the ability to resist. Like a clay figurine, it could only let Emperor Golden Flames continue to attack. It looked like it was about to die. But just as Emperor Golden Flames felt that it was about time to launch a sure-kill attack and simply annihilate Sulfuri, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Sulfuri's broken head in shock. "What's that?" While Emperor Golden Flames was still in shock, he saw Sulfuri's head suddenly emit a terrifying wave of energy. Then, the universal laws descended and instantly blocked all of Emperor Golden Flame's attacks on Sulfuri. How is this possible? Emperor Golden Flames completely understood the situation now. He could not help but feel incredulous. On the other side, the universal laws descended. Sulfuri's broken head began to wriggle and shrink rapidly. Its color gradually changed from dark red to dark gold. Then, Sulfuri's incomparably battered body began to rapidly recover. Under the guidance of the universal laws, a vast amount of universal energy surged towards Sulfuri like a tide, causing its recovery to speed up even more. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Sulfuri's wild laughter rang in Emperor Golden Flame's ears. The heavens truly haven't forsaken me, the heavens haven't forsaken me. At this critical moment, this great king actually broke through. Sulfuri's ecstatic voice spread along with the energy waves to several hundred kilometers in the void. When Emperor Golden Flames heard this and saw the scene in front of him, he was dumbstruck for a moment. Monarch Golden Flame had never imagined that Sulfuri would break through to the Imperial Lord Realm while being beaten by him. When he thought of how terrifying Sulfuri was when he was only at the Overlord Realm, Emperor Golden Flames could not help but feel a deep sense of fear. It quickly sprouted and grew from the bottom of his heart, causing him to temporarily lose his ability to think. When he came back to his senses, Emperor Golden Flames realized that if he did not take advantage of the fact that Sulfuri had just broken through and his strength was unstable to kill him today, the future would be unimaginable. Damn it, I actually let this vile beast break through. Fine, even if he broke through, this Emperor will still kill you today. Thus, Emperor Golden Flames made up his mind and immediately took action. He began to set up support formations in the void around him. As a creature blessed by the universe, Sulfuri's breakthrough was almost completely guided by the laws of the universe. Thus, his breakthrough was completed very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the protection of the laws of the universe completely disappeared from Sulfuri's body. However, he was still in the growth period of his strength. As long as he spent some time stabilizing his strength, Sulfuri would become much stronger. Emperor Golden Flames was certain that Sulfuri's strength would not immediately reach the peak of the early-stage Emperor realm after breaking through, so he chose to stay and continue fighting Sulfuri, hoping to kill him. When Sulfuri saw that Emperor Golden Flames did not leave, he understood his intentions. He smiled coldly and transmitted, "This king was afraid that you would run away, but since you're not leaving, don't even think about leaving now. Become this king's nourishment." As his voice was still transmitted, Sulfuri suddenly attacked. His dark golden claws carried with them a terrifying power that could obliterate the void. In a flash, he attacked Emperor Golden Flames. Boom! Emperor Golden Flames did not dare to be careless in the face of Sulfuri, and Emperor Golden Flames immediately took out his weapon for the first time, a golden halberd, and blocked Sulfuri's first attack after breaking through. In this clash, the victor was immediately clear. Sulfuri's attack was not weak at all, while Emperor Golden Flames was swept several hundred meters away. Chapter 291. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got? Feeling his strength increase exponentially after his breakthrough, coupled with the fact that he had knocked back Emperor Golden Flame with a single punch, Sulfuri's confidence was off the charts, and he laughed arrogantly. Emperor Golden Flame was naturally furious when he saw this. He decided to unleash his full strength and fight it out with Sulfuri. Beast, don't be so arrogant. Die. Emperor Golden Flame attacked furiously. The golden halberd in his hand transformed into a golden serpentine light that swept up a vast amount of cosmic energy and charged toward Sulfuri. Sulfuri didn't dodge at all. Instead, he smirked and struck out with both hands, shattering the golden serpentine light halfway through its path. Emperor Golden Flame continued to attack. His halberd exploded with thousands of rays of light that surged towards Sulfuri like golden waves. Sulfuri roared and charged forward. His hands danced in the air, causing the void to tremble. The energy became violent and tore apart Emperor Golden Flame's attacks. For a time, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. However, it didn't take long for Emperor Golden Flame to realize that his attacks were gradually being disintegrated by Sulfuri. Sulfuri was getting closer and closer to him, and his tearing energy was becoming more and more direct. He was simply unstoppable. This monster. He's already so strong after just breaking through. Emperor Golden Flame couldn't help but feel shocked. However, considering that if he didn't deal with Sulfuri today, there would be endless trouble in the future, he decided to go all out and kill Sulfuri right here and now. Then come, heaven-guiding golden stream. Emperor Golden Flame was actually still accumulating energy as he launched his attacks. He immediately unleashed it and used one of his killer moves when he was a suzerain. Rumble! A terrifying torrent of golden energy suddenly erupted and crashed into Sulfuri. Sulfuri hurriedly tried to block it, but it was too late. The golden torrent sent him tumbling through the void for thousands of miles. As for Monarch Golden Flame, he had consumed a great deal of energy using the golden stream of heavenly attraction. He immediately took out a few pills to replenish his energy and swallowed them. Then, he forcefully summoned a surge of energy and chased after Safuli. On the other side, Sulfuri was caught off guard by the golden stream of heaven channeling, causing it to be sent tumbling. However, with its incomparably tough body, it actually did not suffer any serious injuries. After tumbling for a short while, it erupted with power to resist the remaining power of the golden stream of heaven channeling. Damn it! I underestimated a human imperial emperor. At the same time, he decided to end the battle quickly and devour Emperor Golden Flame as soon as possible. At the same time, Monarch Golden Flame closed in on Sulfuri and unleashed another killer move. Golden Splitting Halberd, Grotto Heaven. The golden halberd in Emperor Golden Flame's hand transformed into a beam of golden light that pierced into Safuli's shoulder. Just as Sulfuri was about to raise his hand, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, as if it was being torn apart by a huge force. He immediately roared and used the power in his body to suppress the tearing force. Realizing that this was an attack from Monarch Golden Flame, Sulfuri was both shocked and furious. He immediately opened his mouth and bit at Monarch Golden Flame, who was not far away from him. Monarch Golden Flame swung his golden halberd down, creating a terrifying golden arc that turned into a thick line that fell straight into Sulfuri's open mouth. Sulfuri, who was about to use the devouring technique, suddenly felt like an ordinary person who had a fishbone stuck in his throat. His expression changed, and he swallowed in discomfort before closing his mouth. Monarch Golden Flame ignored it and continued to attack like crazy. For a time, streaks of golden light flashed and fell on Sulfuri, causing the latter to be unable to cope with it. It was clearly at a disadvantage. This went on for more than a minute before Monarch Golden Flame began to feel his strength waning, and the power of his attacks began to decrease. Sulfuri, on the other hand, had been attacked by Monarch Golden Flame for a long time. Although he could barely raise his head, in reality, he was not seriously injured. He had not even lost more than 30% of his divine body. Monarch Golden Flame, on the other hand, had lost more than 70% of his peak divine body. Even if he wanted to recover in peace, it would take a long time. Sensing that Monarch Golden Flame's attacks were gradually weakening, Sulfuri finally chose to unleash another attack. Roar! Sulfuri slapped out with his palm, and Monarch Golden Flame's attacks were completely destroyed. Monarch Golden Flame was forced to retreat, and he had a bad feeling about this. Have you had enough fun? Surprisingly, Sulfuri's voice was calm, and there was no anger in it. Monarch Golden Flame immediately sensed Sulfuri's condition. He found that Sulfuri's condition was far superior to his own. His heart turned cold, and the thought of running away arose in his mind. If you've had enough fun, then become my nourishment, Sulfuri said in a low voice. Then, he opened his mouth and unleashed a terrifying devouring power. He actually wanted to swallow Monarch Golden Flame directly into his stomach and digest him. Emperor Golden Flame hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too slow. The terrifying suction force, which contained the laws of space, instantly grabbed Emperor Golden Flame's retreating body and pulled him back. Emperor Golden Flame's body began to involuntarily draw closer to Saphioli's gaping maw. Oh no! Monarch Golden Flame could sense Sulfuri's terrifying devouring power. Even his laws were affected. His efforts to resist were futile. His heart sank to the bottom of an abyss. But just because he couldn't resist didn't mean that he would give up. At the very least, the speed at which he was being sucked toward Sulfuri was greatly reduced. If he gave up resisting, he would probably be swallowed directly. In reality, Sulfuri's consumption of this level of devouring power was enormous. It had just broken through not long ago, and it had just experienced a fierce battle. It couldn't maintain this level of suction power for more than half a minute. It would be difficult for it to devour Monarch Golden Flame in this period of time. But then again, Monarch Golden Flame had already consumed a great deal of energy. Resisting Sulfuri's devouring power with all his strength consumed a great deal as well. In less than 10 seconds, Monarch Golden Flame felt empty inside his body. Even his soul force had somewhat withered, and his perception had greatly decreased. I can't hold on any longer. Damn it. I just broke through to Monarch and I'm going to die already? I can't accept this. Monarch Golden Flame couldn't help but regret not taking care of Sulfuri in the beginning. But now it was too late. Aside from regret and unwillingness, Monarch Golden Flame's heart was already dead. But just as Monarch Golden Flame was about to collapse, Sulfuri also felt that it had used up too much energy. It suddenly stopped its devouring power and suddenly attacked, grabbing at Monarch Golden Flame with one hand. As soon as the devouring power disappeared, Monarch Golden Flame couldn't help but fly backward. At the same time, he saw Sulfuri chasing after him. Startled, he hurriedly turned around and fled as fast as he could. However, Sulfuri was much faster than Monarch Golden Flame. In less than 3 breaths of time, Sulfuri's hand descended upon Monarch Golden Flame's head. Monarch Golden Flame used the last of his strength to resist, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the end, Sulfuri easily grabbed hold of Monarch Golden Flame, and his divine body was almost crushed. Sensing that Monarch Golden Flame's divine body was about to be exhausted, Sulfuri couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Then, it opened its hand to reveal Monarch Golden Flame's battered body. "Kakik, how is it, human monarch? Do you have anything else to say?" Sulfuri looked at Monarch Golden Flame in its hand, and asked in a mocking tone. At this point, Monarch Golden Flame was already certain that he was going to die. When he heard Sulfuri's question, He couldn't help but recall that he had asked Sulfuri the same question not too long ago. He laughed self-deprecatingly and finally said, "Not being able to kill a monster like you is the greatest sin of my life." How laughable, how laughable! Sulfuri's expression turned cold when he heard this. He snorted coldly and said, "Then go repent in hell." With that, Sulfuri swallowed Monarch Golden Flame in one gulp. Just like that, a rising star monarch fell. After eating Monarch Golden Flame, Sulfuri even pretended to savor the taste with an exaggerated expression. Then, he suddenly laughed wantonly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In March, at Sulfuri's request, Saga also imprisoned Qin Feng on Heavencloud Peak as a warning to Zhou Jie. Although Qin Feng and Yumei Qianxue didn't suffer too much torture, their meridians and cultivations were crippled. They were battered by the wind and rain every day, and within a month, they were on the verge of death. However, Zhou Jie had been cultivating in the realm of the Six Paths all this time, so he didn't know anything about this. 14 years later, Zhou Jie finally ended a long period of secluded cultivation. He left the realm of the Six Paths and returned to Kaji. Zhou Jie appeared in Kaji's control room. Kakashi was lying there as if he had never changed in 10,000 years, completely engrossed in reading e-comic. However, less than 2 seconds after Zhou Jie appeared, Kakashi reacted and immediately jumped 3 feet high in joy. "Jocko, you finally came out. I missed you so much." With that, Kakashi pounced on Zhou Jie and gave Zhou Jie a bear hug. Zhou Jie took advantage of the situation and hugged Kakashi. He couldn't help but smile. His tranquil mood after cultivating in seclusion for a long time was somewhat disturbed. "Okay, Kakashi, tell me if anything big happened in the outside world recently, especially Sulfuri's side." As Zhou Jie said this, his expression couldn't help but become gloomy. This was because he recalled that before he went into seclusion, Yumei Qianxue was used as a hostage by Sulfuri to force him to appear. Now that 14 years had passed, it was likely that she had met with misfortune. Kakashi's expression instantly became somewhat awkward after being asked by Zhou Jie like this. He stared blankly on the spot and had a difficult expression on his face, as if he didn't know whether to say or not. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this. This time, he had an even worse premonition. He was afraid that something terrible had really happened in the outside world while he was in seclusion, and it was something bad. "Tell me, Kakashi, is there any bad news?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask when he saw that Kakashi still didn't say anything. But it was also at this moment that Zhuqiuhong and Ron sensed Zhou Jie's aura and rushed into the control room together. "Zhou Jie." As soon as Zhuqiuhong entered, he said to Zhou Jie with a solemn expression, "Master, what's happened?" When Zhou Jie saw Zhuqiuhong's expression, he realized that the problem might be even more complicated than he'd imagined. His expression immediately turned grim as he asked anxiously. Zhuqiuhong only said a few words when facing this, yet it caused Zhou Jie to seem as if he'd heard terrible news, and his expression was completely stunned. "There's bad news. Sulfuri has become an imperial monarch." Chapter 292. Sulfuri has become an imperial monarch? What's going on? After he recovered from his shock, Zhou Jie was truly unable to accept this fact, and he immediately asked anxiously. Zhuqiuhong and Zhou Jie were already prepared for such a reaction from Zhou Jie, and Zhuqiuhong immediately said, "Zhou Jie, don't be anxious. The facts have basically been confirmed to be true. As for how Sulfuri broke through, we don't know at present. However, Sulfuri captured the Bounty Hunter headquarters and World Mercenary Group's headquarters a few years ago, and he captured a large group of bounty hunters and mercenaries to work for him. In recent years, The scope of Sulfuri's rule has been growing larger and larger, and it's practically in sole control of the territory of our 5 top powers. According to reliable sources, it's because Sulfuri has broken through to the Imperial Monarch realm and isn't afraid of Imperial Monarch realm experts coming back to look for trouble with him. So, he started to completely rule over the unfettered starfield and devour everywhere. It's truly difficult to imagine how terrifying his strength has become now. After he finished listening to Zhuoqiuhong's description, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, Zhou Jie was extremely at a loss for what to do. No matter how he thought about it, he'd never imagined that Sulfuri would actually break through and become an imperial monarch. In this way, the insufferably arrogant Sulfuri would be truly invincible in the unfettered starfield. On the other hand, Zhou Jie's method to kill Sulfuri through cultivation had instantly gone up in smoke. For a time, this caused him to fall into a helpless and bewildered state. When Zhuoqiuhong and Ran saw Zhou Jie like this, they both understood how Zhou Jie felt at that time. Because when they just found out that Sulfuri had become an imperial monarch, they were unable to calm down for a long time and were unable to accept it. So, they used various methods and channels to verify this, and the results proved that they were basically certain that Sulfuri had really become an imperial monarch. The scene was deathly silent for a few seconds. Kakashi didn't know what to say, so he looked left and right, hoping that Zhou Jie or Zhuoqiuhong would quickly say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. In the end, Ran exhaled through his nostrils, and Zhuoqiuhong took the opportunity to say, "All right, Zhou Jie, I know you're devastated, but we're all the same. Since we can't fight back against Sulfuri, we can only hide like this. Or we can simply leave the unfettered Sea's star zone and find a way to seek help, but at that time, who knows what the unfettered Sea's star zone will look like?" In the end, Zhuoqiuhong couldn't help but sigh. Whenever he thought about how his home, which used to be all-powerful, had been reduced to the state it was in now, under Safali's wanton invasion, and how in the future countless creatures in the unbridled starfield would perish, he couldn't help but hate himself for being useless. However, standing in the position of the native powerhouses of the unbridled sea starfield, who wouldn't feel the same way? The mountains and rivers are forever silent. How can they bear the joy? At this moment, Zhou Jie and the others had similar feelings, and they couldn't get rid of it for a long time. However, after hearing Zhuoqiuhong's words of comfort, Zhou Jie still didn't know what to say. He naturally wasn't willing to leave his home, and he naturally hoped that there was a way to eliminate Sulfuri as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect that his heart was in chaos, very chaos. Zhuoqiuhong saw Zhou Jie open his mouth but didn't make any sound. Even though he knew that Zhou Jie's heart wasn't calm at this moment, Zhuoqiuhong still continued, "There's one more thing. Zhou Jie, you must calm down after I finish speaking. Originally, I could have kept these things from you for the time being, but you'll find out sooner or later." When Zhou Jie heard Zhuoqiuhong suddenly say this, he couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Thus, Zhuoqiuhong paused for a moment before he said, "Sulfuri has always wanted to draw you out, so it captured Yume, Qianxue, and someone called Qin Feng. Now they're both dead." At the moment Zhuoqiuhong finished speaking, Zhou Jie seemed as if he'd been struck by a bolt from the blue, and he fell into a daze once more. Moreover, his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale, and it was even to the extent that his lips trembled slightly. When he saw this, Zhuoqiuhong hurriedly reminded and consoled. "Zhou Jie, the dead can't be brought back to life. Pull yourself together." When he heard this, Zhou Jie seemed to have recovered, and he immediately closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After that, he seemed to have completely calmed down. "I understand." In the end, this was the only thing Zhou Jie spat out. Then, he closed his eyes and stood still on the spot, not moving at all. When Zhuoqiuhong and Luoqiuhong saw this, they both knew that this was the best time for Zhou Jie to calm down. Thus, the two of them looked at each other, and Zhuo Qiuhong said to Zhou Jie, "Zhou Jie, think about it first. We'll talk about some things in detail at night. Ron and I will go cultivate first." Okay. In response, Zhou Jie was silent for a second before he responded. After Zhuo Qiuhong and Luo Qiuhong left, Kakashi grimaced at the side. He stuck his head out to look in front of Zhou Jie, and then retracted his head to look behind Zhou Jie's butt. He scratched his ears and cheeks, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, after a few seconds, Zhou Jie seemed to have thought it through. He turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I'll go back to the Six Paths world again." Hearing this, Kakashi was stunned, and he quickly asked, "Jocko, are you okay? You must be strong." The ancients said, when the heavens are about to give a great responsibility to a man, he must first. However, before Kakashi could finish, Zhou Jie directly interrupted, "Okay, I know, I'm fine." Kakashi's face was filled with awkwardness. Zhou Jie did not say anything else, and he took out the Six Paths world and entered it. After entering the Six Paths world, Zhou Jie immediately went to the third level of the Six Paths Pagoda and met with Zhou Tianwu. "Senior Tianwu." Zhou Jie bowed and greeted. Zhou Tianwu was already used to this, and he directly asked, "What trouble has your highness encountered this time?" "Yes, it's about the Void Devourer Sulfuri," Zhou Jie immediately said. Zhou Tianwu's brows twitched slightly, and he already had a guess. Then, he heard Zhou Jie say, "I just learned that Sulfuri has broken through to the Imperial Emperor level. I came this time to ask Senior Tianwu, is there any way for me to kill Sulfuri?" When he asked this question, even Zhou Jie himself felt that it was a little ridiculous. When Sulfuri was still at the Overlord level, it was already extremely difficult for him to kill him. After all, he was only a fifth domain Overlord. Now that Sulfuri had become an Imperial Emperor, it was simply impossible for him to kill him as soon as possible. When Zhou Tianwu heard Zhou Jie's words, his expression changed slightly, and he even couldn't help but sigh, "The birth of gluttony. I didn't expect you to encounter such a probability. Your Highness, perhaps this is your predestined fate." "My predestined fate?" When Zhou Jie suddenly heard Zhou Tianwu say this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, Zhou Tianwu didn't explain this, and instead said, "It seems that your Highness really should get rid of Sulfuri. Facing the tribulation head-on will greatly strengthen your Highness' luck, and it will help your Highness become Emperor or even Transcendent in the future." Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but stare blankly, because he didn't understand Zhou Tianwu's words at all. However, he only cared about whether Zhou Tianwu had a way for him to deal with Sulfuri. When Zhou Jie heard Zhou Tianwu say this, it seemed that there was a way for him to deal with Sulfuri. Otherwise, Zhou Tianwu wouldn't have said that Zhou Jie really should get rid of Sulfuri. Therefore, Zhou Jie couldn't help but ask, "Senior, do you have a way for me to deal with Sulfuri?" When Zhou Tianwu heard this, he muttered to himself for a while, and in the end, he actually looked a little embarrassed and said, "The way. Now that Sulfuri has become an Imperial Emperor, the strength of his soul will also increase, but it won't be as great as us human cultivators, because he mainly cultivates his physical body. Therefore, your Highness' previous method is still useful, but your Highness will need to make another breakthrough based on your previous foundation. However, this will be extremely difficult and it might take a long time. Is this the only way?" When Zhou Jie heard Zhou Tianwu's words, he couldn't help but feel somewhat powerless. Because he had been cultivating his willpower and soul force for the past few decades, he naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate. It was still unknown if he could reach his previous goal, but now, if he wanted to take another step forward, the difficulty was simply unimaginable. Zhou Jie admitted that he might not be able to do it even in 200 years. When Zhou Jie asked this question, Zhou Tianwu took a deep look at Zhou Jie, and finally continued, It's not that there is no other way. I just thought of one, but this method is too risky, and the price isn't small. What method? Zhou Jie hurriedly asked. He didn't care about the risk or the price he had to pay. As long as he could eliminate sulfury as soon as possible, Zhou Jie believed that even if he died, it would be worth it. Seeing that Zhou Jie was so eager to know, Zhou Tianwu sighed slightly and said, "This method is to use the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl as the core to set up a formation, and then detonate the pearl. The resulting explosion has a high probability of killing sulfury," but Zhou Tianwu paused for a moment, but before Zhou Jie could ask any questions, he continued, "This formation is rather difficult to set up, and I'm afraid only Your Highness can set it up personally. Moreover, when the formation is activated, Your Highness has to be near the formation to activate it. The power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl's explosion will definitely be enormous, and Your Highness might be affected by it. Think about it, if the explosion within the formation is enough to kill sulfury, then even if the formation is tens of thousands of meters away, the aftershock of the explosion isn't something an ordinary peak overlord rank can withstand. Therefore, the instant the formation is detonated, Your Highness will be in danger of losing your life." After hearing Zhou Tianwu's explanation, Zhou Jie thought that he had finished speaking, so he was about to speak, but he didn't expect Zhou Tianwu to continue. "Actually, this is only secondary. The most difficult part is how Your Highness will lure sulfury into the formation while staying outside. After all, Your Highness might have a chance of surviving the aftershock of the explosion outside the formation, but inside the formation, Your Highness, I don't need to say more, right?" "I understand." In response, Zhou Jie replied, but there wasn't a trace of hesitation in his voice, and it was completely resolute and confident. This somewhat exceeded Zhou Tianwu's expectations. Chapter 293. Zhou Tianwu looked at Zhou Jie with a deep gaze, as if he had completely seen through Zhou Jie's thoughts. Immediately he said, "Your Highness, you must consider this carefully. This method is very dangerous, and the success rate is actually not high. I've thought it through. This method is fine. To arrange this spirit array, I need to find Senior MOG, right?" Zhou Jie said. Zhou Tianwu nodded and responded, no longer trying to persuade Zhou Jie. And so, Zhou Jie bid farewell to Zhou Tianwu and went to the Divine Machine Realm to see Zhou Moji. Zhou Moji stroked his red beard and said to Zhou Jie, "Your Highness, this old master already knows the purpose of your visit. The spirit array Tianwu mentioned is the 4-square thunder array. This spirit array can activate the thunder and lightning principles in the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul bead and release all its energy. This old master will now teach Your Highness." "Good, then many thanks, Senior." Zhou Jie was very pleased with this and immediately agreed. With Zhou Jie's foundation in spirit arrays, he learned the 4-square thunder array very quickly, basically mastering it in less than 11 days. However, the most important thing about spirit arrays was practice, so Zhou Jie still needed to practice more and prepare a lot of spirit array materials for this. Moreover, making an array disk would make it easier to control the spirit array. In order to increase the success rate of his plan, Zhou Jie was determined to make an array disk for the 4-square thunder array. After learning the spirit array, Zhou Jie left the 6th Daos pagoda. Standing in the 6th Daos realm, he couldn't help but think about the deaths of Qin Feng and the others. This made his originally relaxed mood a little uneasy, but this also strengthened his determination to kill sulfury. "Sulfury, just you wait." Leaving this sentence, Zhou Jie left the 6th Daos realm and returned to the control room of the Kaji. When Zhou Jie came out, the half-asleep Kakashi immediately woke up. When he saw Zhou Jie, he immediately called out, "Jocko, are you all right?" Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked over and saw Kakashi's cute big eyes. He gave a rare smile and replied, "I'm fine. I've made you worry." Then, Zhou Jie paused and said, I'm going to discuss something with Master and the others. I'll accompany you to buy some food later. When Kakashi heard Zhou words, because he was not used to it, he did not feel happy. Instead, he was stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Zhou maintained a faint smile. He turned around and walked out of the control room to talk to Zhuqiuhong and Zhuqiu. Zhuqiuhong and Ron were sparring with each other on the middle section of the Kaji's training ground. However, the two of them were only countering each other's moves. The strength they used was also basically fixed at the same level, so their movements and destructive power were not great. When Zhou walked to the edge of the training ground, Zhuqiuhong and Ron noticed him. They immediately stopped sparring and looked at Zhou. Zhou, are you alright? Zhuqiuhong asked first. His question was exactly the same as Kakashi's. At this time, Ron also followed up and said, I don't think your disciple is so weak. He should have thought it through. In response, Zhou said, Yes, Senior Ron is right. I have indeed thought it through. I want to avenge everyone who died and kill Sulfuri. When Zhuqiuhong and Ron heard Zhou say that he had thought it through, they were secretly gratified. However, Zhou's last sentence really gave them a fright. Their expressions immediately changed. Zhou, what are you saying? Why you want to get rid of Sulfuri? Zhuqiuhong asked in shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He didn't explain it clearly, but he actually scared Zhuqiuhong and Ron to this extent. He was also drunk. Therefore, Zhou immediately explained, Master, Senior Ron, listen to me first. I found a way that has a very high chance of killing Sulfuri. So, I'm not joking and I'm not muddle-headed. What? You have a way to deal with Sulfuri? Zhuqiuhong immediately said in surprise. Ron also looked at Zhou with a face full of astonishment. When Zhou saw this, he continued, however, this method still needs to be considered at length. Master, I'll tell you first. After the three of us draw up a preliminary plan, we'll see if there's a need to let others participate. Right, I mean other peak Lord rank experts. Only peak Lord rank experts have the qualifications to participate in this plan. After hearing Zhou's words, Zhuqiuhong and Ron looked at each other, and then they allowed Zhou to start describing his method. Before long, Zhuqiuhong and Ron unconsciously nodded. Their meaning was very obvious that they agreed with the feasibility of Zhou's method. Of course, the premise was that they believed what Zhou said. He had a treasure that could be used to detonate the formation to kill Sulfuri. I think that as long as I'm given a certain amount of time, it'll definitely not be a problem to set up the formation. The only problem now is how to let Sulfuri enter the formation. Moreover, the closer it is to the formation's core, the higher the probability of killing it. Zhou finally added these details. Ron unconsciously responded when he heard that. At the same time, he was already thinking of a way to let Sulfuri enter the formation's core. But after a few seconds, it was Zhuqiuhong who spoke first. Sending someone to lure Sulfuri into the formation definitely won't work. We don't have that ability, so there's only one method left, and that is to directly call Sulfuri to the formation's core. Do you think this method will work? Yes. In response, Zhou immediately responded. I was thinking the same thing just now, but I haven't figured out how to get Sulfuri to voluntarily enter the formation's core. There's another situation we need to consider, and that is if Sulfuri doesn't get close to the formation's core when the formation detonates, it might not die, but it'll definitely be heavily injured and its strength will drop greatly. When that happens, we'll need to finish the job. This is also why I said to consider whether to let Senior Gold-Silver participate or not. After hearing Zhou's words, Zhuqiuhong and Ron couldn't help but nod. Then Ron said, we can participate. But what if Sulfuri isn't heavily injured after the formation detonates, and we still can't fight it with our strength alone. What should we do then? That's the worst-case scenario, and it's also something we need to do our best to avoid, Zhou Jie said. But if such a situation really happens, yes, we need to take precautions in advance. You guys hide a little further away, and I need to get close to the formation to detonate it. But don't worry about my speed. When I rescued you last time, it was me who lured Sulfuri away. My speed is at least faster than Sulfuri before it broke through to the Imperial Monarch realm. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Zhuoqiuhong and Ran were both shocked. Previously, they didn't know exactly how Zhou Jie had rescued them, but now that they heard Zhou Jie say this, they realized that Zhou Jie had completely put himself in danger and used a diversion tactic. They had experienced Sulfuri's speed before, and it was truly astonishing. Zhou Jie was only a 5th-stage domain lord, but his speed actually surpassed Sulfuri's. They couldn't help but be shocked. However, at this moment, it wasn't good for Zhuoqiuhong and Ran to place their attention on Zhou Jie, so they suppressed their shock. In the end, Zhuoqiuhong said, "Then let's finish formulating the specific plan, and then we'll start preparing for the operation." Zhou Jie and Ran naturally didn't have any objections to this. So, Zhou Jie immediately took the lead, and the three of them decided on the initial plan. After that, Zhuoqiuhong and Ran started to contact Jin Yinan and asked him to participate in the operation. As for the others, for the sake of avoiding the news from being exposed, they didn't tell anyone else. During this period of time, Zhou Jie started to prepare for the matters related to setting up the formation. But because the materials for the formation weren't complete, Zhou Jie could only ceaselessly deduce the formation and try his best to familiarize himself with it so that he could set it up with ease once he obtained the materials. In the blink of an eye, about 3.5 years had passed. Zhou Jie produced the formation disk for the quadrangular lightning formation at a pleasantly surprising speed. After he told this news to Zhuoqiuhong and the others, they were greatly excited. A few days later, after Zhou Jie finished setting up the formation and everything related to it at the destination, he personally wrote a letter of challenge, which was sent to the Star Sword Palace by a specialized starship robot. Star Sword Palace, square in front of the Swordhead Palace. Sulfuri stood at the top of the Swordhead Palace with his hands behind his back as he looked disdainfully at the last two people in the center of the square. Those two people were originally brother and sister, and both were 6-star lords. They were originally the legendary siblings on the same planet, and could be considered the overlords of a region. But in the last few years, Sulfuri had started to hold the King of Slaughter competition. It captured a group of people with similar strength, placed them in the plaza of the Swordhead Palace, and made them kill each other until the last person. The last person who survived would be rewarded by Sulfuri, and would be incorporated into the army it had just formed to assume a certain level of leadership. This was the second edition of the King of Slaughter competition. Of the 14 people who were forced to participate, the last 2 people were the brother and sister pair. At this moment, the brother and sister looked at each other, their faces filled with grief. "Shu, kill me and live well." The brother, Lin Ying, said to his sister, Lin Shu. "No, I can't do it." Lin Shu shook her head as tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Ying looked at his sister and shook his head slightly. Finally, he calmly glanced at Sulfuri, who was high up behind Lin Shu, and his body trembled unconsciously. The sliver of hope that had suddenly sprouted in his heart disappeared in an instant. "Silly girl. I'll do it myself then." After Lin Ying said this, he cut open his own head amidst Lin Shu's screams. "No, don't, brother." Of course, Lin Shu also tried to stop him, but she did not expect Lin Ying to be so familiar with her moves that he easily blocked her attack and completed his own suicide at the same time. This was hard for Lin Shu to accept, and she almost collapsed on the spot. However, Sulfuri, who was not far away, saw this scene and showed a cruel smile. He was about to go over and announce Lin Shu's victory, but he found that Sagar had flashed and appeared not far from him. "Master, there's a letter sent here for you." Sagar came to Sulfuri's side and respectfully handed over a special letter. Chapter 294. Oh! Sully was slightly surprised by this. He casually took the letter that Sagar handed over and directly tore it open along with the restriction on the envelope. He took out the gilded hard paper and quickly glanced through it. Interesting, truly interesting. After Sully finished reading the contents of the letter, he couldn't help but grin, and his smile was rather disdainful. "Master, what does the letter say?" Sagar asked boldly when he saw this. Presently, he could be said to be Sully's only trusted aide. Normally, he could get whatever he wanted. Similarly, only he dared to ask Sully about such matters. Sully didn't refuse to answer Sagar's question. Instead, he directly handed the letter to Sagar and said, "Take a look for yourself. I don't know where that kid Zhou Jie got his courage from. What do you think?" Sagar took the letter and took a look. His expression immediately changed. The contents of the letter were naturally the general time and location of Zhou Jie's battle with Sully. Never had Sagar imagined that Zhou Jie would actually dare to take the initiative to challenge Sully. Wasn't this purely courting death? Thus, after Sagar recovered from his daze, he couldn't help but say, "Master, isn't this Zhou Jie courting death by challenging you to a battle?" However, he could have hidden himself properly and not come out. "Now that he suddenly challenged you to a battle, I presume he's set a trap for you. However, this subordinate is unable to think of anything he can come up with that can threaten you. That's why this king finds it interesting. Could it be that this kid still doesn't know that this king has become an imperial monarch?" Sully seemed to be lost in thought as he spoke. On the other hand, Sagar nodded from the side and unconsciously said, "Yes, this subordinate believes that this is the only possibility. Then it just so happens that Master can use this opportunity to capture and kill Zhou Jie." Sully was silent for 2 seconds before he finally said, "You can't think of it so simply. However, no matter what tricks that Zhou Jie plays, they're nothing more than useless clowns in front of this king's absolute strength." Falling Star Island was a rather famous void island in the unbridled starfield. However, it was unknown who built it. The location of Falling Star Island could be said to be very special. It was almost 10,000 light-years away from the nearest life-bearing planet and just happened not to be within the coverage of the universal network. However, the reason it was famous was because of the gravitational anomaly on Falling Star Island. The gravitational force of the area's gravity was almost 100,000 times the standard gravity of a starfield. For a void island that was less than a tenth of an ordinary planet's size, that was simply a shocking fact. 100,000 times the standard gravity was enough to cause the body of an ordinary first-layer domain lord to quickly explode and die. Even a peak domain lord would feel the pressure there. Normally, domain lords or high-ranking star lords would train their bodies in the periphery of Falling Star Island, while the central area was naturally rarely visited. Most experts who had cultivated to the domain lord level no longer paid attention to their bodies but focused on laws. Therefore, even people like Zhuohong, who had been to the central area of Falling Star Island once, had no interest in suffering a second time. After a discussion between Zhou Jie and Zhuohong and the others, they decided to set up the quadrangular thunder formation in the central area of Falling Star Island. This way, even with Sully's speed, once he entered the core of the formation and the formation completely exploded, he would absolutely not be able to escape in time. However, under such circumstances, Zhou Jie also realized that if he wanted to detonate the formation, he would need to be closer to the formation, or even near its edge. This made the situation very awkward, Sully would very likely discover Zhou Jie's location before he entered the range of the formation. Especially when Zhou Jie detonated the formation, he would definitely be discovered. However, Zhou Jie didn't tell Zhuohong and the others about this, because he knew that he had no other choice. Since that was the case, there was no need to make more people worry. This day was the day Zhou Jie challenged Sully to a duel on Falling Star Island. Zhou Jie's group of 4 had already hidden themselves in various locations on Falling Star Island, and each of them had concealed their presence to the extreme. Sully's challenge to Zhou Jie naturally wouldn't be absent. Thus, not long after noon, Sully appeared in the sky above Falling Star Island. As he looked down at Falling Star Island, that was 5,000 kilometers away, Sully had already sensed the unusual gravitational force from Falling Star Island. Moreover, this gravitational force was extremely peculiar, and it was completely directed downwards. Moreover, when an object was below the height of Falling Star Island's surface, it would practically not feel any gravitational force. Although Sully didn't care much about whether or not Zhou Jie had set a trap, he still wanted to know the reason why Zhou Jie had chosen Falling Star Island as the location of the duel. After all, in Sully's opinion, the only thing Zhou Jie could rely on was that peerlessly terrifying escape technique of his. Apart from that, Sully really couldn't think of anything else about Zhou Jie that could make him look favorably upon. Moreover, the Falling Star Island that Zhou Jie had chosen was a place that severely restrained speed. This was a completely suicidal approach. Zhou Jie wasn't stupid, so why would he choose Falling Star Island as the location of the duel? However, Sully observed for a long time from 5,000 kilometers away, yet he still couldn't see anything unusual about the periphery of Falling Star Island. Thus, he approached to a height of less than 10,000 meters above the periphery of Falling Star Island and carefully sensed for a while, but in the end, he still found nothing. Could it be that Falling Star Island is a forbidden land? But the information I received didn't mention it. That shouldn't be. Sully thought to himself as he gradually flew towards the interior of Falling Star Island. His speed wasn't fast, but he flew lower and lower. The deeper he went, the greater the gravity of Falling Star Island. Thus, Sully found it more difficult to sense the ground below from a high altitude, so he would rather lower his flying altitude and increase his sensing ability. Moreover, due to the supergravity of Falling Star Island, there were no native lifeforms on the island. There were only various craggy rocky mountains, and the density of these rocky mountains was also shockingly high. Any random rock below Lord class would not be able to damage it. Thus, the landscape of Falling Star Island hadn't changed much for thousands of years. Later on, Sully landed on the ground, and after walking for a short while, he discovered traces of a formation on Falling Star Island. The rocks of Falling Star Island were difficult to damage, so any special traces would appear very obvious. A formation? That's to be expected. But what can a formation do to me? Sully sneered disdainfully at this. He didn't care in the slightest and planned to continue walking forward for a while, discovering more formations before attempting to destroy them. That would be much easier. On the other side, Zhou Jie held the formation plate in his hand and connected it to the formation. He knew that Sully had already entered the formation, but he was still at the edge of the formation. He couldn't act rashly for the time being. Not long after, Sully approached the center of the formation and stopped. At this time, he had already grasped half of the Heavenly Thunder Quadrangle formation, which allowed him to forcefully destroy a part of the formation. Of course, Zhou Jie had already considered the situation of Sully breaking the formation. This could be said to be a very normal situation. However, the Heavenly Thunder Quadrangle formation's main function was to strengthen the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul Perilous explosion. Secondly, it was to condense the power of the explosion as much as possible and prevent it from spreading. Due to the power of the explosion being too strong, this effect was almost negligible. This goal could basically be achieved as long as the formation was around 70% complete. Therefore, during the period when Sully was breaking the formation, Zhou Jie had enough time to react. At this time, Sully had begun to break the formation. Zhou Jie only needed to show a trick and lure Sully towards him. Then, his goal would be achieved. Thereupon, "Sully, I'm here. Come and fight." Zhou Jie suddenly flew up from his hiding place and roared loudly. Sully looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a black light soar into the sky more than 10,000 meters away. He immediately determined that it was Zhou Jie and was pleasantly surprised. This wasn't surprising. Now that Sulfuri dominated the Wasteland Star region, it could do whatever it wanted. The only thing that made it feel like it couldn't ask for anything more was that it wasn't able to capture Zhou Jie and take revenge on it. Now that Zhou Jie was right in front of him, Sully naturally couldn't wait to capture him and bring him back to torture him. Therefore, Sully stopped breaking the formation and directly soared into the sky. As he flew towards Zhou Jie, he transmitted his voice. "Zhou Jie, I didn't expect you to really dare to come out. Then, stay here today." However, at the same time as Sulfuri's voice transmission, Zhou Jie had already tossed out the array disc in his hand and urged the Sky Lightning Quadrangular Array to erupt with all his strength. Then, he frantically retreated backwards, his figure instantly splitting into several hundred. As soon as Sully finished speaking, the Heavenly Thunder Square formation was activated. The power of the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl was fully activated and released in an instant, achieving the effect of self-explosion. Oh no, this! Sully was flying forward to the edge of the core area of the formation when he sensed that there was a terrifying energy ready to explode, not far ahead of him. He immediately stopped his forward momentum and began to retreat rapidly. But after the explosion, the power of the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul Pearl contained the law of thunder and lightning. It radiated in the form of electric light, and its speed was much faster than Sully's retreat. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Sully was engulfed in it. At that moment, Sully had just retreated 100 meters away from the core area of the formation. However, on the other side, although Zhou Jie had run almost a second earlier, he only had enough time to descend to the ground. He didn't even have time to hide in the hole that he had dug. His whole body was swept by the power of thunder and lightning, and he was uncontrollably thrown out. Fortunately, Zhou Jie's position was at the edge of the formation. Coupled with the influence of the gravity of Falling Star Island and the fact that Zhou Jie was wearing the crow's heart and sacred beetle's shell, although Zhou Jie was swept by the power of thunder and lightning and his body twitched spontaneously as if he was struck by lightning, the injuries he suffered were not serious. At least, it was much better than the worst-case scenario that Zhou Jie himself had expected. The thunderstorm lasted for several minutes after the explosion. Zhou Jie leaned against a huge rock and recovered not long after. At that moment, he stood up and looked at the center of the thunderstorm that was gradually subsiding, but there was nothing there. "Is Sully dead?" Zhou Jie suddenly guessed with some pleasant surprise because he thought that if Sully was still alive, there shouldn't be no movement for so long. But after thinking about it, Zhou Jie still decided to go to the core area of the formation to take a look and confirm the situation. At that moment, Zhuoqiuhong and the other two also rushed over to meet up with Zhou Jie from afar. Therefore, Zhou Jie waited in place until Zhuoqiuhong and the other two came to his side. "I'll go inside and take a look to confirm whether Sully is dead or not. Master, wait for me here," Zhou Jie said to the 3 people who had just arrived beside him. However, before Zhou Jie could move after saying this, his and Zhuoqiuhong's bodies froze, and a voice sounded in their ears. "There's no need to confirm. This king isn't dead yet. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.